Alright, so today we're going to be checking out Derail Valley Simulator. Now, to be clear, this is the first time I played this game, so just doing the, no backseating, please. If I do things and I fail, congratulations, that's what's supposed to happen. I do like to accurately represent what the first-time player experience is, and most first-time players don't have, hundreds of thousands of people standing on the side, to ask questions and do all that. Anytime I play a game for the first time, I do like to go in and recognize any type of accessibility stuff that they have. Granted, not having any features for accessibility here is not necessarily a negative thing, but it's worth recognizing and doing all that. So, I did have, it was checked off by default, the item highlight. I do find in a lot of realistic graphic games that they offer, like, different highlights. I do prefer to have those, because it can be very difficult the higher fidelity your game gets to know what is and is not actually in play. But that was off by default. Yeah, field of view that lets you change. That could be a motion sickness thing, so that's good to have. Controls. You have, like, to toggle and all that kind of stuff, which could be not... Yep. No, this is my first time playing. You can always run, always crouch. I will maybe change these. We can change our controls and all that. We won't worry about that right now. Nothing to really focus on in... Pause and lost focus. Yeah, nothing really to mention there with accessibility. They have motion blur. You can turn it off, so that, thank you for that, devs. Because that's almost a deal breaker in this day and age if you have motion blur that you can't turn off or screen shake you can't turn off. And I had to crank the volume way down. I usually do have to turn the volume down to games to like 35. But this game's title music, I think I had to really bring it down to not be like deafeningly loud, which is okay. But, there. They do texture streaming. I'll leave that on. That can be a bit mixed. Basically, it's how much to load into your VRAM ahead of times. That's definitely one you sometimes need to tinker with. If you don't know what you're doing, leave it alone. But yeah, so I got some decent stuff there. Now, with that said, they've got a sandbox and a career mode. Sandbox, I assume you just drive trains for the sake of driving trains, and there's no, like, economy, or I don't know for sure. But career mode sounds more like it's up our T. Okay, so yes, we want the tutorial. There's arrows here that don't seem to do anything. Okay, that's all fine. We will start the career mode. Oh. Here we go. We can call this on stream. Cool. So start the career mode. With that said, doesn't look like there's more here I deal with. It looks like you can have multiple profiles and saves. But let's go ahead and get in here. I do understand this game is apparently got a really heavy learning curve. I have been warned by multiple people that this is a game that they get really into the minutia, so it could be a lot to learn. Hey, cuz Jank, thank you so much for the 85 stream trick. I do appreciate that. Alright, so loading everything in. But yeah, so like train signing and signaling on the tracks and all that, I don't know that. Welcome to Derail Valley, engineer. I can't legally call myself that. Let's get your train driver's license. Go to the DMV and pay them. Congratulations. Great, now let's show you how to dash. Oh, and I do know this game was made for VR first. Alright. I'd rather just run. Alright, let me actually go ahead and choose to turn run on always. Pick up the radio. Press V to place it back on the desk. Great, now let's pick up this booklet. You can flip the page using the mouse wheel. You can place it precisely on there by holding R. Let's store the booklet in your inventory. Pick it up. Press tab. Pick it up. Press tab. Alright. Take an item from your inventory. Hold tab. Okay. You can open your inventory using caps lock. Okay, so if I lose something, there is a just give me my thing back. That's probably because this game is early access. More than likely, that's probably because of, you know, dropping things through the world kind of stuff. Why are you so hard to open? Okay. Alright, so in the train, running's too fast. Alright, this vehicle is a DE2-480. After finishing your tutorial, you'll be licensed to drive it. Press E to continue. Now, how... Okay, I understand. I was trying to, like, push it forward and back. Oh, interesting. If I click and hold, it just slams it closed. Or not. Sure, whatever. We'll just leave the doors open. That'll be safer. Oh my god, please. Just open the door. That is gonna annoy me real fast. Very, very clear it's a VR game that has gone porting. Like, just the doors being hard to open is like, okay, yeah, you want it to be realistic, and I don't mind that you do control how far open you do. But that needs to be much smoother. Let's see, if you'd like to learn about the characteristics, you can look it up in your vehicle catalog you just picked up. Press E to continue. Stand in the driver's position so you can see most of the controls on the screen. Then press X to sit. Am I really sitting, or am I just, like, squatting? Kind of reminds you of the Trans-Siberian Railroad Simulator, but you haven't invested much time into that game, so you wouldn't know how similar they are. Hold X and use the mouse wheel to adjust your sitting height. Okay. That seems so weird. Press Alt to enable mouse mode. You can use the middle mouse button to adjust your camera position. You can hold the right mouse button to zoom in. Try it now. Operate the controls. Aim at them with the mouse wheel. Okay, those are frame brake and induction brake. Throttle. Reverser. I'm happy that despite this thing being rusted over in all imaginable ways, that, yeah, I do wish they gave us an actual chair. Even if you could just clip through it or whatever. It's a little weird that our character is sitting, but they're kind of squatting. You can operate trains controlled both with the mouse mode and in first-person mode. Use Alt to switch between them at any time. Okay. Enable Electronics Breaker. This control provides the electronics breaker for various vehicle subsystems. Enable the Start Breaker. This control provides electric power to the engine starter. Enable the Traction Motors Breaker. This control provides electricity to traction motors. Dash Light. This control operates the lights to improve the gauge. Oh, you weren't telling me to actually... Oh, no, it does tell me to flip that, but don't turn that on. Yeah, so cab lights. We've got the wipers. We got the turn on the front lights. Oh, it's so weird that all of this stuff I have to, like, click and drag. I can't just, like, click it to toggle it or whatever. Hey, Sparks, how's it going? I hope you had some fun with Farming Simulator and all that. I was hanging out and all that. But thank you so much for that raid. We are learning games. Hey, Austin Farmer, thank you so much for the raid. If I can get a shout out for Sparks and then Austin, I'd appreciate that. But I hope you both had fun with doing your like your Canadian farmer challenge thing where you're using tons of hand tools and all that kind of stuff. I hope that's been going pretty good. Let me go ahead and get you that shout out. So, shout out for Sparks. For those who don't know, Sparks, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation games, including, I believe, has played this one, but doing some Farming Simulator, has done a whole bunch of fun stuff over there. So if you like your sim games, you can definitely find it over there. Good times as well. It does like mining games as well. Pretty much, if it's simulation, probably done it. Also been doing a lot of Microsoft Flight Simulation recently. I'll just have to wait about a minute for that to drop off before I can do the next shout out. But yeah, has to raid and run? That's no problem. For everyone popping in here, I do ask that we don't have backseating today. This is my first time playing Derail Valley. We're literally on the starting tutorial. I am finding I don't like the controls so far. The having to click and drag every knob is a little weird. I understand this game is a VR first game, and it absolutely feels like it. Versus like being able to like click and toggle between settings or whatever. And I found the door particularly like closing it's fine, but I found opening the doors to be pretty gimmicky that I have to like really move the mouse in weird ways. Not bad, but I definitely am feeling the pains of it being a VR game that then got made into a not necessarily VR stuff. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for Austin Farmer, who's another content creator, does a bunch of simulation and all that good stuff. Doing some Farming Simulation 25. Sparks and Austin were doing the collab in Farming Simulator, where they're kind of like sort of doing like a challenge type of deal where they're starting with like hand tools and like pushing around and getting that. And I believe Austin got their first tractor in the run, if I'm not mistaken, or was getting. I didn't catch the details in that because it's kind of getting ready for my own stream while that was going on. But again, if you're looking for your simulation games, you can find them over there. So with that said, let's pick up where we left off in the tutorial, where I'm turning on my rear lights, apparently. This control sets rear lights type to headlights or taillights. Cool. Where's your labeling? Alright. Let's see. Open brake cutoff. This control enables a train brake control on this vehicle. It should be open on the vehicle that is being driven and closed on other vehicles in the train to avoid any conflicts. Okay. And I'm assuming it's not open? Okay, so it's... Alright, I see the type of valve. So it's like a butterfly valve where you'd close it this way and you open it by having it inline. Fair enough. Alright, so this control starts the engine. Okay, let me adjust that volume a little bit. It's a bit on the loud side. Maybe there. Alright. Oh, if I close the door, does it make it way quieter? It does. Alright. This gauge shows the air reserve pressure used by onboard pneumatic systems, such as brakes. On internal combustion engines, revving the engine will boost the compressor, shortening the main reserve refill time. Gently engage the throttle. This control engages the powertrain to a desired power output. This gauge shows the spinning rate. Okay. This control engages the powertrain to the desired power output. Oh, disengage it. The traction motor's temperature... the traction motor's temperature of the traction sorry. This gauge shows the temperature of the traction motors. Alright. fully independent brake. This control operates, it has an individual vehicle's mechanical brakes. Fully apply. The red needle on this gauge shows the vehicle's brake cylinder pressure. This practically indicates how much the mechanical brake is applied. Look at the brake pipe. The non-red needle on this gauge shows the pressure in the brake pipe through the entire train. Pressure is needed to release the brakes. Set the forward position reverser. These ones with having like no tactile feel or anything feels very wishy-washy kind of thing. I do wish there was either like an indicator or some kind down here, or that it would click. Like, I did notice these click when you move them, but I would wish they'd do that. And I'm sure people are like, but that's not realistic of the train. It's a video game, man. It's got to play well. Release the handbrake. This control secures the vehicle from coming into involuntary motion. When it's fully released, the knob in the most counterclockwise position. Left. Well, that depends on if you're talking about left from the top of the bottom, but counterclockwise. That's fine. Release the independent brake. This controller operates the deployment to the rails for improved traction. This control engages the powertrain to a desired power output. Gently give us throttle. You're not making friends if you're disrealism in this game? I mean, there's realism in the game, but you notice the thing I mentioned was the lack of tactile. In real life, when you pull on these things, you would sit there and you'd actually get the physical resistance to be able to feel it out. Obviously, you can't simulate that. I'm using a keyboard and mouse. In lieu of losing those sensing stuff, it is a thing that they should compensate for that. Wonderful, let's get out of the locomotive and do some maintenance work. And think of the follow, welcome to the stream. Well, first of all, I should turn off my engine. And also, as we say realism, F, teleport, F, teleport, F, teleport. Your realism's gone, man. I can physically teleport around the map. I don't want to hear a word about realism in this game. Take out your comms, hold tab. Change your comm radio to re-rail mode using the mouse wheel. Aim at the vehicle you wish to re-rail. Okay. Aim at the tracks under the car and press the left mouse button. Confirm the action. Oh, was it like derailed, like it was slightly off to the side and I didn't see it? Great. Now we can couple the locomotive to this car. Yeah, I am going to disable the teleport if that is a thing. Control. I don't see where that is. Maybe under game? I don't see it. It's fine. Alright. But yeah, no, it's definitely a VR game first. A lot of the controls, that's kind of where the... Why am I taking this out? Change your comm, switch mode, the mouse wheel, to switch mode. We need to change the switch behind us before continuing. Aim and click on it. Sure. Great. Now we've done the reverse. Okay. In real life, I mean, with modern stuff, I'm sure they actually do have wireless communication. Still, I don't know enough about trains in that regards. It might have been a mod. How dare you? Alright, great. So we need to switch to reverse. But yeah, so stuff like this is another one. There's no any type of indicator, whether you're in reverse or that. Most of these things you are going to have stuff. Like with your lights, you'd usually have like a little indicator here or here that's like forward or back. Probably just a symbol that's representing it. The reverser would have some type of like thing there. So that's kind of thing for like a new player, like your brake's engaged. Okay, which side's engaged and not? It's stuff like that. Alright, bring the locomotive to the car so that the buffers touch. Be gentle. Well, I'll be gentle, alright. In real life, the lowest paid crew gets out and walks. Yeah, no, that's the thing, and obviously that's video game ignoring realism just a little bit. You are going much faster than I want you to. Just coast for a minute. Ah. Approach the couplers. Alright, so I grab you, and I hook you to this thing, and I hook you to this thing. It's going right through it. So you just let go? Okay, so you just let go. Tighten the coupler. Grab you. Connect you. Brake angle cock. Enables airflow between the vehicles. Open the coupling. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, it's up here. MCU cable. Locomotives can be connected together to work in unison with this cable, but you won't need that until later. I'm guessing that's fancy higher-end train stuff thing. Great job. It's time to get your license. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, what? No, it's clearly a lot of this is because VR. What you've learned so far. Hey, you know what? This is actually good education theory approach here. Like, not so much... I mean, I guess this would be fine out there. But the fact that they actually sit down when you've concluded your learning, and they actually outline and go, hey, here are the things you learned. Let's see, what's next? You've given your license, you'll be given your licenses and items. You'll learn to install gadgets. You'll be given a simple way delivery goal. After that, you're good to go. So validate the summary. Okay. I keep expecting to have to click to place it down. So we got a train license that didn't cost us anything. There's no insurance copay, no time bonus, no prerequisites. You do not need to carry this with you. You can safely store it somewhere. Alright. Oh, it was... There, it's stored. Alright. Congratulations, you now grants access to a 2-axle diesel-electric locomotive in Derail Valley. Use them responsibly. Sure. Refer your vehicle catalog for detailed specifications. Alright, so we'll store this one. There you go. And congratulations, Freight Haul. This license grants you access to all the orders of Freight Haul type. The order type involves delivering cargo industries to and from input tracks. Alright, and this one's going to go right over here. We didn't want to get it rained on. Yeah, no, it's just fluff as far as I can tell. And also, as a reminder, I am playing this game for the first time. I do understand people want to help, but my ask is that, you know, don't. Let me fail and struggle, because that'll give an accurate representation to what the game is. Take all your equipment into your inventory. You can quick stash them using tab. Okay. Wasn't entirely clear. So left click, then tab, left click, then tab, left click, then tab, left click, then tab. Aw, yeah. Money. Take out your wallet and see your balance. Okay. Take out your world map and see your map. You can interact with items in your hands using Alt to toggle the mouse cursor. On this map... Oh, I wish that was a... Is that... Can I make that a toggle? I do not want to sit there holding Alt. Not that I'm seeing. On this map, you can click on different locations to fast travel to them. You'll be able to use this later when you make some cash. As a train driver, you're almost ready to take this train to the nearby steel mill service point. Before that, however, we'll need to do some modifications to the locomotive. It does not have nearly enough spoilers or undercarriage neons. It also doesn't have a sound system or nitrous equipped, so we need to get that all sorted. Yeah, we definitely need a flame paint job, and at least one racing stripe. We need, you know, we gotta make sure it goes fast. Since this is your first drive on the main line, regulations require us to install a rotating beacon on the locomotive. Let's do some engineering real quick. The game has been saved at this point. We need to make some room in the inventory for the tools we'll need for the beacon. Access your inventory and shift left mouse buttons in the hotbar to move them to the backpack. There's too many buttons I'm trying to hit at the same time. Caps lock. Alright. I dislike that caps lock is the button that does that. I might change that. Pick up this toolbox and throw it on the ground. I'm an engineer, not a mechanic. When holding such containers, you can open them directly by using the left mouse button. Alright, let's get to work. Place a mount on the roof of the locomotive. So hold R. Let's get to work. Place the mount on the roof. Cool. How do I do? There you go. That's good. Get out your electric drill. This inventory is going to be the death of me. Alright, electric hand drill. I don't have to run a cable to operate my clearly plug-in drill. Realism ruined. Because this is clearly not a battery-operated drill. Oh my god, please. Alright, hammer. Yeah, I even made the comment when we got off. Give the mount a good smack. Why am I smacking the mount? What? You just put down the harness and then you lined up the drill spots. In real life, you'd line it up, you would mark your spot for the drill, then you'd move the bracket so you don't damage the bracket, you'd drill it in, and you'd take it out. What? Why did... Oh, the mount is now loose? Oh, it's showing you how to remove it. Okay, that makes more sense. It's like, this is not part of how you would install anything like that. See the holes that remain drilling? We can now fix them with a filler gun. Take it out. Okay. Right, so we're being tutorialized in a way that would not make sense for what we're doing. I understand. I see. Perfect. Now let's do the real deal, as you have compromised the top of your train slightly by drilling holes through the metal and then filling it with what's effectively caulk. Which somehow pristinely made it rusted metal again. Alright, you can do the mouse wheel to rotate it. Place the mount on the roof again. There you go. We're going to tape it this time. It's quicker than drilling. I'm dubious about this. Alright, taping is fast, while drilling is more resilient to collisions. Although, install the beacon on the mount. Just chucking some double-sided tape to do this. To be fair, my train looks like someone's beaten it half to death, so maybe it's fine. Good, the beacon requires electricity, so let's get out the soldering gun. Okay, so we're gonna be soldering. To use this gun, you need to load it with the soldering wire first. Drag and drop the reel onto the gun. Okay. Alright, so we do have a limited amount of solder, I understand. Solder the beacon. So, like, just the whole thing? Dude! Calm down with the solder. Holy God, you used a lot of solder. That amount of solder is probably enough to solder all the roof pieces together. Are you being paid by the gram of solder you use? What is this? How are there new features? I'm brand new. It's covered in it. Yeah, you can't see the beacon. They just literally lathered in it. Definitely lead-based solder, by the way. That amount of solder, there's no way you didn't short that thing out to the cabin of the car or something. Let's see, you just put an enormous glob of the satellite and somehow connected terrain's electricity system. Yeah, for people like but realism, I'm like, man. I don't know about trains, but I know about electricity. And a wheel like this of solder is like, you keep a wheel like that going for a good solid year unless you're an electrician doing it all the time. Or you're like soldering pipe or something that's really gonna eat up some solder. Put the toolbox down somewhere. Well, first I would like to put the tools... This inventory system is going to drive me crazy. I do not imagine I am ever going to get used to it. Yeah, definitely put this up high. That way when we bump something, it comes sailing off and breaks my toe. Place the mount? Wait. Oh yeah, this is not what you should do. This is what we're gonna do. Random in operation train with electricity going through, not visibly inspecting anything, and just drill that sucker right in. That's what just takes you directly to a game over screen with a gravestone on it. Yeah, exactly. And zapped. You've just been... What am I doing right now? Am I adding... Am I just installing a random freaking button here? Alright, gotta add my entire wheel of solder. Wait. What? Why did I not... So you have wire strippers. Like, you've got wire strippers. You just gave it to me just now. And I didn't strip the wires before I soldered it. And now I'm going to crimp the wires. After I've already installed the panel? What is this game? Nice, you can now turn the beacon on and off with this. This is some sketch work. I feel like this is where... Let's return the toolbox? No, it's my toolbox. I'm keeping it forever. There are countries this is legit how things are done. Man. Like, don't get me wrong, you gotta do some weird repairs. But just straight up drilling into a console and then just wiring it in wherever definitely doesn't feel like it'd be legal. To install modifications in the future, you'll need to buy your own tools and gadgets in the shop. Alright. People have never done us... What is this game? People have never done any sort of wiring work. Yeah, it is weird. This blinking light indicates that there's some handbrake applied somewhere on the train. Release the handbrake on the car we just coupled. Yeah, it does make me curious. Like, this feels weird. No, I don't want to use your alt mode. Fine. This mode, you can change the switches to design your mouse cursor. Alright, well, what I'd rather... Stop. What I'd rather do... Wait, I threw you on the ground. I don't want you. Get out of my inventory. You said I don't have to have you on my person. I do not want you to exist in my life. Let's see here. Radio on 1. Wallet on... I don't know. Your vehicle catalog, I guess I'll do that. Station map, world map, route map. Maybe put you here. A compass. Alright. I'd much rather do this. That's it. Drive the train out of the tutorial area towards the steel mill on SM on your world map. Okay, so world map. SM is kind of in the middle, and I'm sort of facing it, so it looks like I just move forward and I go as far left as I can. Does my route map work yet? I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at. Alright, perfect. Station map. So it's one of these. Sure, I don't know. Alright, the brakes are off. Slam that while we're in motion. So that has a 6. I have no idea what that means. What do you think you should do to grow your Twitch? Probably look at the significant amount of different things. You can use scroll wheel or G and T keys. 6 minus go faster. But yeah, nah, for growing your channels on Twitch, it's like, obviously, like, if you can be consistent on your schedule and the type of content you provide, that's an important thing. You know, make sure you can basically stream enough hours that people can find your channel and do all that sort of stuff. Generally, it's considered faux pas to jump into someone else's channel and kind of mention that you stream as well. Again, obviously, if we have a relationship of some kind existing, or if I ask you, that's totally fine. Look at the Twitch documentation. Twitch has a ton of really good documentation that'll answer a lot of those questions and all that, including the Twitch etiquette thing, specifically about not mentioning that you stream in other people's channels unless you have an existing relationship and all that. Basically, this really isn't the place to ask because I don't know anything about what you're doing. So it does come off as mildly self-promoty. So, you know, I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt and all that, but generally, there is lots of resources in the Twitch documentation and the subreddit to help you out. Let's see. When you pick up some speed, release the throttle completely. The train will continue to coast. Okay, let's approach it slowly at about 30 kilometers an hour. I am at about 20. Let's feather this on a little bit more. Still accelerating? Yeah. No, you're all good. You know, like I said, I'm giving you the benefit of doubt. You will have people who will respond very negatively to it. Because it is a thing that you do, unfortunately, have people who pop into your channel for no purpose other than to try and do self-promotion or whatever. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I also stream this game. You're like, I see what you're doing, man. Let's bring the train to the halt before we hit the next switch. Start braking now. Alright, so throttle down. Slam the brakes on. Let's slam the other brakes on. All brakes on. It said brake now. Take a look at your schematic station map and flip through a few pages. Okay. See the repairs? I just happened to be on the right one. So I was actually trying to do the thing it was going to teach me, because I'm like, alright, well, if I'm pulling in, I need to know what I'm doing. See the repair station location on the map? We're going to approach it from the northeast. I have no cardinal directions on this map. Or I guess, no, that's actually probably what that top left icon is. It's probably saying north is that way, the northeast is this way. Okay, that's fair. Store the map in your inventory. So basically, I want stay on the right, or sorry, stay on the left, stay on the left, stay on the left, stay on the left, go straight. Okay. I have to switch to the external view. If your mouse mode is disabled, you can move your mouse to look around and all that. Now press Alt to engage the mouse mode. You can operate the locomotive entirely from the external view if you wish. Press F4 to drive the accessing interface. What? What am I even looking at all here? Oh, this is... okay. So this makes it so I don't have to engage with where it's talking about I didn't like that you go up to like the levers and have to like drag them like that because I don't get the feedback. This gives me that information. But man, this is a little wild. Can I do this? Can I do this from inside the cabin? Let's see. Change the switch ahead. Use the middle mouse button to change the view. Now you can know if it... Now that you know if it exists, you can go back to first person pressing F1. Ah. So I can have the controls right here. So let's, You're good to go. Release the brakes and give movement to the cylinders so you can depressurize fully before accelerating. Alright, let's see how this actually works. So it does just swing the controls. Why are you not... Why no forward go? You're in the correct position on the reverser. Okay, that was weird. Like, you get that momentum, but it was like doing literally nothing. I was like, Okay, you're in the correct position. You're in the correct position. Or do I need my door open for this thing to work? Or maybe they're just disabled right now? I think they're just disabled right now. And these ones look like they're all locked in where they need to be. Okay. And we're just drifting in here. To ensure the train won't run away, apply at least one handbrake before leaving. Good job. Your locomotive will stay here for servicing. Let's get you another, which you'll use to make your first deliveries. So, like... I know you're not telling me, but... I do think we should turn the train off. Where? There we go. I wasn't expecting to need, like, a full-on fuel cutoff valve just to turn it off. I thought there'd be, like, a... You throttle it down and, like, kind of toggle it off that way. But that's fine. Fuel cutoff valve. Sure. You'll need to use the turntable to bring the locomotive onto the track. On your track. Okay, I see. So it's the locomotive's over there. I'm gonna ask you again to please not fill it in. The games teach me. Yep, so they just told me to switch it, so as what's going on here, this isn't a one I have. Which, you know, pointing at it now, it does say that. But I was like, train. I didn't even notice the one over there in the bushes. Okay, so it just snaps into place the next one, so I don't actually have to, like, aim it. Park the locomotive for your tutorial. In case you need a reminder on how to operate a specific locomotive, there are quick tutorials available. Press escape to access the pause menu. Tutorial. Start tutorial for current vehicle. Quick tutorials can be aborted from the tutorial manager. Would you like to be shown about this vehicle to get it running? We will only need to do a little bit of room ahead of the couple minutes. If there is a turntable ahead, align it to the vehicle to get started. Go away. Because this is the same one we just did. I don't need to be done that. Alright, so boom, boom, boom. Start it. Okay. The brakes are currently off. Open. Open. The brake cutout. Take the wheel off. Take the... Oh my god, please. You're doing really well for the first time player. Yeah, there was a big train disaster not far from where you live, because the train was left parked with not enough handbrakes applied. Eek. I mean, big heavy vehicles. Alright, so let's go here. Oh, there was, we don't have any brakes on, do we? Is this on? Okay. No. Oh, no. Okay, if I just point at it and use the scroll wheel. Okay. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I was trying to click and use the scroll wheel. Oh, you have to keep scroll wheeling it to hold into position, I see. Oh, no, wait. There you go. Well done. Before driving off, let's show you the station office. We'll go there on a Drazine? Well, first, I don't want to leave my train running. The tutorial... Oh, never mind. It says this vehicle is not available for the tutorial. Fine. Mouse wheel... Oh, using a scroll wheel for this, it works well, but this is how you get a carpal tunnel. Very genuinely, using your scroll wheel a lot is one of the worst possible things you can do from that. Okay. Enjoying this game screen tenfold when you started to hotkey throttle and brakes for your stream deck. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like one of the things I'll want to do is not use the in-game, like, click and drag controls. Aw, yeah. Money. We're gonna use that... No, but I want to keep the money. Servicing the locomotive we just bought. Confirm payment. Please select fees, license, owned vehicles. Confirm, go to payment. Select the L-56. Insurance is copay paid. Insurance cleared all of the fees. You may now buy new licenses. That's it. You completed the tutorial. Let's get the right difficulty for you. Alright, so we have comfort for beginners seeking relaxing experience. All accessibility features are allowed. Train operation is simplified. Penalties for bad driving is minimal. Money can be easily earned. You can change the difficulty at any point. Maybe you're crazy, but you love using the levers with the mouse instead of having hotkeys. The same with Flight Sim, you prefer to look around. It would be fine, but some of them, it seems easy to make them work, and then other ones are very annoying to deal with. Like, I found the door on the train to be particularly annoying to try and get it to open. Closing was no problem, but, like, opening is, like, I'd have to, like, position myself as too far to the right, it wouldn't work, and all that kind of stuff. Standard. Recommended for most players or those seeking a challenge. Some accessibility features are allowed. Train operation is realistic. Penalties for bad driving are present. Getting money is not easy, but not too difficult either. You can change this at any point. Realistic, recommended for veterans or those with lots of patience. No accessibility features are allowed. Train operation is really realistic. Penalties for bad driving are very high, leaving no room for mistakes. Getting money is not too difficult. Oh, I'm surprised it's saying it's not... Wait. Getting money is not easy. Getting money is not too difficult. Okay, those imply the same thing to me. You get only one save slot, and it is overwritten frequently. Alright. So obviously, the realism... Like, I know you can't fast travel just from what people have talked about in the past. This is my first time playing, and yes, we go right to realistic and do all that sort of stuff, and then probably watch me have one problem with a train and spend the next half hour walking back to some place to see if I can't get what I need to fix it. But I know nothing about how this game works, nor am I a train expert, so we're gonna go standard to start. Luckily, it does say we could change it at any point, which I appreciate, because it can kind of suck, especially if you're playing a game that's like a whole campaign or like a whole career that takes forever. And then, you know, you choose the difficulty and you go, I set it too easy. Or, okay, this isn't fun. I set it to be, you know, way too hard or whatever. And then you're kind of locked in where you've already done like 50 hours in it. And you're like, okay, well, do I just want to throw away that time to switch to the difficulty that's more in line with what's appropriate for me? So I do appreciate that the game just lets you switch whenever. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So the forecast for today is perfect. When you are ready, you can get your first delivery order here. Find one that you are licensed for. I think we have LH. So I think that one is fine. We don't have shunting, so that can go on the floor. I don't have shunting, so welcome to the ground. Oh no, I don't have LH. I have FH. So welcome to the ground. Okay, so I'm seeing green is FH. Alright, so it looks like I can handle any of these three. Four. Now, we could obviously go through here and put in consideration of being like, what speed, tonnage, and all that. But I'm looking right down here, and I see biggest number. And biggest number to me says that's the one I take. Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm taking this one. It's literally the only one I'm qualified for. Turn the page. Wash your hands. Alright, let's see. So we get a time bonus for 48 minutes. Train value about 250,000. Train mass 228 tons. Oh, it's trying to tell me tutorial things. I already did that. If you need, you can cancel active orders by throwing them in the trash. You can use coaches and beds to sleep to advance in-game time. This is useful when you want to skip nights, for example. Lastly, you need more information about anything, you can consult the manual on the online or on the pause menu. That's it. Now you're on your own. Once you accept a new delivery, which I've already done, follow the printed instructions to complete it. For any extra information, remember to consult the manual. Alright. So, we are steel mill to harbor and town. Track B20. So that's B20. Oh, am I taking all that? No, that can't be. Oh no, I'm taking this one. So not that one, this one. This track right here, that is probably a more realistic jump than most games. So this is the one we're taking. I don't recall where my train is. So we couple, we haul, we uncouple, we validate. I genuinely have no idea where my train is. I believe you can, but I assume my train is here somewhere, and I don't really want to teleport it around. So let's go, we can check on the station map. That doesn't give me an actual usable map, that's fine. There's more rails over here. Is this where the repair station was? Service station, whatever it's called? No. Oh, wait. We can... What track are you? You're 3S. So if I follow you up this way, and then I take a right... And here we are. Yeah, no, I figured it's still at the repair shop and all that. I just didn't know where the repair shop was. That's a good question, but you be trying to drive a Steam Loco at some point? I mean, I have no idea. I've not played this game, so I can't answer your question. Alright. So we are facing this way and we want to go that... You're facing this way and we want to go that way. And we pull up our map. So it's our station map. We want to... B20. So with B20, I need to go forward, left, right, 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 left. Well, actually, it'll be to the right, then back up left. Okay. So go forward and then just stick to the right till we leave the area, then we back up and get our train. Alright, so... Light switch, light switch, light switch. Engage. The brakes are off. Take you off. Turn some lights on. Set you to forward. Start it. Start it. Give it a little go. What beeped at me? That was weird. I probably did some, like, flooded the engine or something. So with this... So these will just lead me straight out. Okay, so I want to stop it there. No, I'm wrong. I want to stop it there. We can coast from here, and I need to get past that signal. So reverse that. Take the brake off. Give it a little juice. Then give it a little juice. I'm gonna have to brake and get out and look. There's 40, 60, so 20 is that one. So I want you switched, and you switched this way. Because that should switch me onto this track. And that's 10 over there, that should be 20, and that's 30. Okay, I think we got it. And I'll see you for right. There's 40. This is the 30 rail. Now we're pulling up to the 20 rail. Okay, we're on track. Let's kill the throttle. Alright. Put the brakes on the whole way. Now you take you on this hook, tighten it up, grab your wire, do that, pull the levers, and I don't have the other thing. Oh, gotta get under that. And then we take off the brake thing here. I have no idea which way is on or off because nothing's labeled. So then we put ourselves into forward. Okay, so before we get anything else going there, alright. Complaining that I have a brake on. Oh, do each and every one of these have their own? Ah, I see. So that one in the way back was brakes on, and then these ones are brakes off. So now that I release this, I believe it will be happy. Okay, no more warning blinking indicator. Alright, so route map. Let's check. So I've coupled this. So I need to haul this to Harbor and Town. And then we need to decouple on track E91. Alright, so we're looking for Harbor and Town. So you can go to U. Harbor and Town is way down there on the right, and I'm in the middle. That is a very confusing map. So I don't know which way am I facing. Where did my compass go? Don't take that away from me. So we are facing northwest. So if we go to this, we're facing northwest, so we want to take a right. I actually have no idea if we can go through GF and then turn around and go down. Let's check on the world map. It looks like I can turn around to GF. Yeah, so it looks like we go to northwest. Wait, northwest? And my compass is pointing northwest, but we are going to leave at an angle. Alright, well, first of all, let's just get out of town. The fast way back all the way up. And I'm going to ask again to please kind of hold back on how much information you're getting. I've said it like 3 times. I am new to the game. Let me make mistakes. I know I'm like talking through what I'm doing, but if you gotta sit on your hands, sit on your hands. like, very genuinely, I want to represent the game accurately for, like, if you're a first-time player who doesn't have an entire community able to, like, feed you information, how the game will actually be experienced. Yes, okay, so it's a through station. I see. So, we are going to be leaving here. Still gonna turn. Yes, we're leaving to the northeast. Oh, is it the map is not... Where's your compass rose? You don't have one. Alright, let's try route map. Yeah, so we're leaving to the northeast. At which point we're going to be heading towards GF. So I want to make sure we go to the right. I don't know what at all speed I should be going. We had us come in here at 30. So we'll stick with that for right now. Wait. Yeah, you're some type of station. Okay, that's fine. Let's see if it actually tells me what those signs mean. Probably underworld, lore, we don't care about that. Time of day, weather, trains, infrastructure, maybe. Speed limit signs. The speed limit signs are pole-mounted structures that are found alongside the tracks designed to inform the maximum speed that rail vehicles are allowed to travel. The limit applies to the section ahead of the sign, all the way up to the next speed limit sign, or a switch, whichever comes first. Speed limit signs are circular with white boards with red dotted outline in the number center. The speed on the sign is limiting is usually dictated by the physical properties of the track ahead, namely the turn rate. Just tell me how to do the calculation on the time. Oh, here, way at the bottom. So all this flavor text can go die in a fire. To help you see them better at a distance, speed limit signs show the speed with fewer digits. Their value is divided by 10. Okay, so we just add a 0. Because the assumption would be we keep it under the speed limit or the train goes off the side of the track. You just passed an 8? Maybe? We're actually still picking up speed. We're at 60 now. Well, okay. That feels wrong considering that would imply 120, and this train doesn't do that. Hey! Jess, thank you so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Whoa Jess if one of my mods can handle it so I don't have to like click out the window right now? We're playing some Derail Valley for the first time, but Whoa Jess is over there playing some Satisfactory, was chilling seeing the train setup that Jess had going on for their stuff. Alright. So 10, they're still probably fine. But give me 1 second, let me get that shout out. This is literally our first delivery not in tutorial land. I had to turn off the caps lock because it's using... Never mind. One of the mods got. Thank you, Cookie. But again, check out Jessfell. Remember the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Oh no, yep, there we go. The stream team I'm on, playing some Satisfactory. It does like really, really cool factories. but has a whole train setup and everything there as well. But does play a lot of similar games to the channel, does a lot of RimWorld, all that stuff. Definitely worth checking out. Alright. So it implies I should be able to go like 100 kilometers an hour. Oh, wait. That says 9. You poured all your creative energy into trains this time around? Nice. Yeah, no, I saw your like sky rail and all that with the lights and all that. I start with some things that are a little bit nice, and I usually don't stick to them long. Alright, so 6. Because I'm assuming if we rush to there going too fast, the train stops training. All right. Okay. So somewhere up here I've got a signal to turn. So we turn right and point 2. Feather off the throttle a little bit. Okay. I need to apply some brake. We're going too fast. Okay, you're up to 7. So I need to check my route again. Yes, the route goes that way. What about the world map? Alright, so it looks like we just stay on this route for right now. We're going slower than I want to. Alright. So we're at 8, so I can go 80 kilometers an hour safely. Alright. But yeah, I've been enjoying this game so far. It does have a lot of pain points that I'm finding, just because it appears that it was mainly focused on VR when it first came out. I'm like going, oh, we must be going like really uphill. I was like, man, I am full bore throttling, and we are just not going very fast. Yeah, no, the inventory being on caps lock and all that's not my favorite. It definitely feels like there's room for improvement on a lot of the inventory aspects of the game. Some of these ones, I feel like, you know, whether this is engaged or not, there should be like some type of little indicator there of some kind. It just could be like a little sticker that you can have it look like it's peeling up or something to, you know, sell the aesthetics or whatever. Alright, let's back off the throttle a little. Because I need to consult my route. So it says there's a switch up ahead, but I don't believe there should be a switch that I can do anything with. Okay, we're at the actual train station here, so let's kill the throttle, hit the brakes. Alright, so we... Alright, so I think honestly we could just kill the brakes again. I think we're actually okay here. Now you can go straight ahead here. What I should consult real fast... Let's actually break for a moment and bring up our station map. So this is GF. I think it's this one. Okay. So it honestly looks like we want to cross through B, through C, through D. And I don't see a train ahead. So I think we just cut on through. It definitely feels VR focused. You found yourself leaving your documents out on the table and then picking them up and flipping through them. That's honestly not a terrible idea. Yeah, I can work with that. Yeah, so we want to go left, then left, cut to the other side, come around, and that should take me back out of here. And I do not see anything on the tracks here. Fine, now to stay in my inventory. Yeah, so it says I should stay under 30. That's fine, right about 25. Then we need to have both of these go to the left. All right. Okay, both flags are set to left. That's good. Okay, so we go left. Or sorry, right then left. That path in the middle looks clear. And that should take me out of here. And I need to get down to HB on the bottom there. We're at GF on the right. Go check the route map. Yeah, I have a clue at all what that's saying. Okay, so HB's over there. So it looks like we'll leave here. And I can't quite tell what that intersection is down there with the signals there. But straight through or right would work. Left is right out. And it told me 30 is the limit here. And thank you, Lardine, for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Been subbed the channel for 33 months. It's a heck of a long time, and so it means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you. Alright, so we're still at 30, is what it's recommending. You don't feel like it's been that long? Yep. Let's feather back just a little bit on that. Oh, I guess we're at 25 now. I didn't need to feather down. I was looking at this line being the thick line and thinking it was associated with 30, but no. That's the 30 line, that's a 25 line. Curse the passage of time? I know, right? Okay, it says we can go up to 6. Oh, backing up, backing up, backing off. We don't want to overheat. Yeah, no, it looks gorgeous. Right there on the fence of what our heat tolerance is. Okay, it says 4, so we want to keep it 40 or less. Even though we're running our engine right up against its heat limit, we're only at about 20. As our train just sits there and goes, I think I can, I think I can. I'm sure you can push up into the yellow at least a little bit. And then red's probably right out. But, if we don't need to push up there, we'll just take it easy. This is my train. I don't have to pay for extra maintenance on it. I don't imagine that does anything. But you know, comfort matters. With all this uphill, at some point, there's going to be a downhill. Just randomly collapsing from heat stroke because you didn't turn your fan on. I mean, if that sad little fan is making the difference between heat stroke and not, we're already really in a bad place. You heard that developers will introduce survival mechanics like hunger and sleep eventually, so there may be body temperature mechanic at some point. I don't know that I would want a game like this to, like, imagine American Truck Simulator if you had to stop periodically at, like, your local truck stop to grab food and a drink. I don't know that I would want that. Like, there's realism and then there's tedium. That's like the games that make you balance your diet to make sure you're getting, like, enough dietary fiber and vitamin C and protein and all that, and you're like, dude, that's hard enough to do in real life. I do not need to go through all that. You love that, actually. One thing you like about Alaska Truck Simulator is the game overall unpolished. Yeah. I've had a number of times I've made comments on the channel about, like, games that are like whatever game with survival mechanics versus a survival game. And I definitely feel like one mistake, and I call it a mistake, that a lot of devs do make is they will take a game and they will bolt on survival mechanics. And quite often those survival mechanics don't really add to the experience. They're just a maintenance thing, a hurdle you keep jumping over and over and over again while trying to play the game. there are a number of games out there that add survival mechanics not to the benefit of the game. Yeah, so we're in the yellow, we're still slowing down, but we're still moving. But yeah, no, as much as I play a lot of survival games on the channel, and I mean a lot of survival mechanics on the game, oh no, Project Zomboid's survival mechanic nutrition is basically empty of anything. Like, yeah, you get a slight boost to your strength XP for gaining, for having protein, but that's like the only thing there. I wouldn't even consider genuinely having it. I utterly ignore that mechanic because it's meaningless in that game. Versus, like, Vintage Story I actually feel does a relatively okay job of just eat different food groups, you get more max health. Imagine being told you need vitamin D tablets and your doctor just states go outside and sit in the sun for 15 minutes. You are a plant and you absorb vitamin D in the sun. Okay, so we're speeding up. I believe the last sign we had said 40, and we're at about 30 now. Yeah, so 40 still. We are starting to go downhill, so I expect the train to pick up a little bit of speed without me having to adjust the throttle. I'll tweak it down just a little bit. Tweak it up, you know what I mean. I'm gonna make it go faster. Yeah, and I'm talking more like there's been games like Scum and them out there where you have to like manage your different stuff, or games like you get a debuff of scurvy. Okay, it's putting us back towards 30 again. Alright. So check on our map. So we can go right or left up ahead. Doesn't really matter too much which way we go. Like, they're honestly pretty close to even. Maybe the left route, as in like the way I would turn left, not the path that is on the left on the map. Might be the faster route. Okay, we can go up to 6. Let's see, the best survival mechanics where status buff debuffs go into effect gradually instead of being instant. Yeah. We're still fine, we're not overheating. We're only coming up on 50 now. We're speeding up very rapidly now. I think we're properly downhill. We have no throttle going at all, just coasting. Feel like it's too easy to drive fast in this game? Well, I mean, that's the thing about trying to keep in mind when you're going up and downhill. You need to drop the speed down to 50. So we ended up taking the right route. I actually planned to take the left, I just didn't want to try and scramble signal it. So go ahead and get the throttle back on so we don't stop moving. Alright, so with that, we took the left route. So we want to take nothing but lefts from here on out. All areas we want left. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like this game would be real easy to just send it and all that. But yeah, no, it's just kind of my comment. Like, for example, there was the game I Am Future, which is kind of it's a cozy survival game, is what they market themselves as. But really, you're kind of on a roof, you're tearing stuff apart, you're, using that stuff to build stuff and all that. So it's a bit of a survival crafter. But like the survival aspect of the game doesn't really feel very fulfilling. It's fine, but it literally just is there to serve as a maintenance thing. And in its own right, it doesn't really add much to the game. But there's a lot of games I feel that way about. And I feel like this would be one in that nature of just, you would drive your train, and you'd go to your stop, and it's just doing the thing of going, okay, well now I walk over here, and I eat, and I walk over there, and I sleep, and I walk over there, and I whatever. If there's temperature, if it's just like turn on the fan, or like, I don't know what you do for cold, turn on a heater or something. That very easily it would just be like the thing you do as a whatever annoyance. I'd much rather, if they're going to add stuff that is a maintenance thing, it's about the trains, because that's kind of what the game is about the trains. So it goes 12 and then 90. I need them to be to the left. Slow, 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 slow. That must have hurt. Don't worry about damage. You're insured. Pay the small copay at the career manager later, and all damages will be cleared. This is your first derailment. No worries. If you can't afford re-railing, finishing the job, consider discarding it in the trash bin, and just so you can take another. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like you go from 60 to 40, and instantly, like, I slammed the brakes the moment I saw it and killed the throttle. Okay, so it's not long enough. Alright. Oh, I can't get in that side. Yep. So, little confused as to what we do now, because clearly the train's broken. It needs to be serviced. So my assumption is I'd be able to go back to the train station to get a different train to come retrieve this train, is what I would assume is one option. I only own one train. Actually, do I even own this train? I actually don't know how this works. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so clearly this thing's totaled. You can't open the box and all that. So the game hasn't really told me. It says I can go back to where we started. Or I could pay the copay. I'm assuming... Alright, what I'm assuming here... I keep changing M to do the map. I assume from here I would teleport... Ow. The switch does not go up or down? Well, my assumption is I've broken the train. Yeah, we're getting nothing out of it. So, yeah, and even these don't have lights or anything. Yeah, so I'm just assuming the engine's toast. Yeah, but mentions paying the copay. So I guess we'd have to fast travel back to... So the thing is, I don't know if you just go to any repair station, or I have to go back home for the copay. I'm gonna go back home, because I'd rather pay the extra and be right, than go the wrong... Okay. Was this not where I needed to be? Oh, there it is. No, that's the list of... Where was the copay machine? Okay. So that's my house. Alright, apparently the map is also dark. I'm standing in the light. Okay, somewhere in the middle, there we go. Alright, well let's try going all the way down here. Not enough money. Wait, what? Oh my god, the mechanic, or the button control... Oh my god, stop. The button controls here for dealing with a lot of this are very infuriating. Yeah, you can summon the handcart. Oh, here's my wallet. I have $1,118. Alright, so let's try here. There's the station office, complete with where I threw stuff on the floor. Right, so... is it owned vehicles? You don't own any vehicles. Fees? Insurance only needs $100. I have no idea which one's what. Sure, I don't know. Oh, right. I weirdly have to pull my wallet out as an item to pay for it for some indiscernible reason. Okay, go away. Alright, so I assume we've repaired it? This game does not do a good job of communicating stuff to you. Is there any kind of cabin light? Okay, that's fine. I don't remember which way is engaged or not engaged. Okay, that's the wrong way. Okay. Cool. That loud bang means it's handled. Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm a little concerned about the giant spark that shot across her dash. I don't know what TM offline means. Alright, we're not even close. Oh, we're connected. Is there like a flashlight? Where the hell am I? Oh, right, teleport. I was trying to see if I can pull out a flashlight. Because this sucks. These lights do nothing. If they're gonna have that dark of night, those lights have to be more than literally not able to see the thing 2 feet away. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Where? No, that's the hose. Can't see anything. Alright, is there a control for a flashlight by chance? That's a very slow opening. Flashlight. Not here. Trains. Item interaction. Probably not. Others. Nope. I'm assuming it's an item. There's the cable, but where? I see the hook here. I'm looking for the connector thing. There, you're way down there. Okay, the rest did not get derailed. Oh. Okay. Okay, you're still on the rails. Oh, I see. It just automatically re-engaged the brakes. It's fair, we did teleport it up. It'd be really annoying if they rolled away while you're trying to do stuff. Am I already against it? Oh, I could see it can have lights or work, but not both. And if you're to the left, then we're good. Okay. Check the far back one. Okay, so in theory, we're fine. So I feel a little trolled there that it went from like 9 to 6 to 4, and I cranked the brakes on as hard as I could, but like did not remotely stop in time. But with this, take you off. Come on, man. I'm turning it on like it's absolute minimum. It's fine. Yeah, like, I turn it just the tiniest hair, and it's immediately shorting out. Yeah, this is one tick on there. That's one tick on the mouse wheel. Yeah, I tried doing it with the brake engaged too. Oh, that's the problem. I still had it in reverse. That's the problem. I still had it in reverse because nothing's labeled. I mean, they're labeled what systems they are, but nothing's labeled on, like, what does that mean? Hell if I know. What does this mean? Hell if I know. What does that mean? Hell if I know. What does this mean? Hell if I know. They're not labeled. Nothing's labeled. This game seems interesting in VR, but in regular control, it's overly tedious. Well, they do have a thing where you can control it this way, and all that, but I don't... Okay. Yeah, so you can control it this way, which isn't amazing. It definitely gives me more control of what's going on here. But I don't like that I have to have, like, you know, the mouse capture mode there as well. Like, I wouldn't mind these controls, but, like, they're really kind of finicky to control with the mouse and keyboard. Because, like, this door especially messing with it. If you're over here and you're trying to open it, oh no, it's playing nice now. But, like, if I'm here trying to open it, you notice how far I move before I see anything? There's lots of that. Yeah, no, I get the mouse wheel works for it. Oh no, it says 7 now. But yeah, no, you can definitely tell this is a game made for VR. Because, like, it seems like it's a good game, but there's just a lot of me fussing with stuff that's like, okay, you were designed with VR in mind, and then kind of, not ported, but, had not VR bolted onto it. So we're at 60. Like, the sitting and adjusting your height is like, what? But it's clearly that makes sense for VR purposes. $60, we're fine, right about 50. I have no idea where we are anymore. Okay. So probably have a little while left till our next left turn. Brakes on full, throttle all the way down. I thought the dashing mechanic was weird, then I realized it was for VR. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, so trying to think, if you were to take this game and be like, cool, let's make it properly nice for not VR players. There definitely feels like there needs to be a little bit of management around, like, distances and run speed and all that. Because the run speed's way too fast to be in the train doing it. Fair enough. But also the run speed doesn't feel nearly fast enough when you're not in the train doing it. I also imagine with VR, you can just kind of reach down and do the control, as opposed to having to, like, look down at it. Which I'm sure helps. I kind of feel like for mouse and keyboard and all that, I don't know, I know this screen fills the purpose. But it's definitely one of those ones that brakes. Let's make sure it's even where I'm supposed to be. Okay. that's a trolley thing right there to go 40, 60, 40 in like 2 seconds. We don't have a chance to get up to speed. Yeah. Actually, let's full stop this. I need to check where I actually need to be here. Alright, so let's check our documentation. So I need to haul it to E91 and uncouple it there. And we check on the station map. We are at, was it HF? Or HB? Harbor and Town Overview. And so I've already forgotten. E91. And we are coming from the left. So we want to take a left. We won't get to choose a signal on that side. We just take nothing but lefts until we hit the E's. That's nice and easy. Alright, brakes off. Throttle is... Come on, throttle's on. You gotta be careful since it's nighttime and not gonna be able to see a lot of these things till the cone of the lights get on it. Alright. No, and to be fair, this is an early access game. But yeah, no, it definitely is a VR game, and you can feel it. Okay, you're set to the left. We want lefts. I think that's set to the left. Yeah. It was E91 I needed, right? Yep. Okay, you're set to the left, you're set to the left. E91's on the right, so You need to be to the right. To the right. The right, and I think to the left there. Can't quite see it. Alright. Because that's when we're going to here. But you're for 70. You're for 80. So you should be for 90? Actually, I can't tell. We'll just... You can't tell if this... Okay, 91 is this one. Okay, so, yeah, we're good. I'm mostly enjoying it. A little mixed in the fact it's, like, very clearly made for VR, so there's a lot of things like the inventory management and the controls are pretty rough on mouse and keyboard. Overall, the game itself is pretty good. But definitely running to stuff like getting this door to open. Like, you see me moving, it's not opening. But if I scroll wheel and all that, so I don't actually know where I'm supposed to stop on this. We're on 91 now. I guess anywhere. Okay, so I assume at this point, I'm gonna hop down here, put your brake on, pop up here, put your brake on, we'll kill the engine. Oh, probably go in here and... turn everything off. Then we need to decouple. Alright. So somewhere around here is where I turn this thing in, I assume. No, seriously. Station. So, E, what does the money symbol stand for? Alright. So if that's facing out, it marks as E being between F and E. I assume this is F over here. I assume this is F here. Or it's unlabeled. That's cool. Assuming this is F here. No, that's G. So then this must be F here. There's no indicators or anything on anything. Look, man, I just want to know where I turn this crap in. And that doesn't give you nearly as close of a view as I need. The station puts a $sign between F and E. I'm assuming this passenger lines here are F. So if these are F, then in theory, somewhere between those tracks and these tracks is the money symbol. What the money symbol means? The hell if I know. But I like money, so I'm gonna assume is this the building? Is this no? That's who knows what the hell that is. Is it a station building? I don't know. There's the E. Alright, well, let's check on other stuff that could be important. So station map also has a house symbol. The blinky green light thing to the west is probably the station. The blinky green light thing. Oh, like way over there? Okay, this is where, like, the service is and all that. I have no idea what that's about, but okay. Where's the blinky green light? Because I teleported really far. You'd think, like, telling you where to actually turn stuff in, like how to locate it on your map or something, would be an important aspect of the tutorial. There we are. So was the blinky green light thing. Oh, okay, weird. Some cars derailed, re-railed them using the comms thing. No environmental damage. Well done. No damage was made to Derail Valley property. Time bonus. Validate order. Well, no, it's still saying it's in progress. I don't know how I validate order. I assumed I put it in the machine. Yeah, so it's saying that some of the stuff derailed. Oh, this inventory is going to drive me up the wall. So I don't see the indicator still on my map. I do see So that's a train engine there. I don't think so, because it leaves an indicator, or it left an indicator on the map. So I'm a little confused by that. And unfortunately, oh my god, I'm going to lose my mind with this inventory system. Did you get paid? No. It said that it had derailed. So where did I leave? Where's the one I dropped? So this is the one I dropped off. So I've got my 3 trailers. Yes, I've got all 3 here. There were 4. Oh my god, please. I am going to lose it with this inventory system. I cannot get it. Oh. This inventory system is like basically the literal worst. Okay. It gets better. Hey, Ultra. Yeah, so needless to say, we apparently left one of the trailers behind. And so my choice is I could back all the way up to where it was, the whole way, to grab it. Or I could say, screw that noise, I don't want to do that, and teleport across the entire planet, all the way over here, to the turning point that might as well be on the moon. Oh my god, why are you so far away? I'll probably end up switching. At some point. The VR-ness of this game is really driving me up the wall. Like, this inventory system, I cannot stand. I'm just getting more and more frustrated as the run goes on. But also check out Ultrasaurus, another fantastic content creator platform. But doing some parcel simulator and all that stuff, was checking out the new warehouse and everything. And all that. So definitely a fantastic content creator. Does play this game as well. Alright, and meanwhile, what I'm going to do here is... You can go... You told me I could throw it in the trash. Okay, cool. And you want to know anything about your report? You can go in the trash too. So you do that one. Like, I understand they like the realism side of this. What benefit does this have making me sift through the stack? And not letting me, like, have some type of menu to do this? Like, why do I have to fish through this just to even figure out what jobs I'm eligible for? This serves no purpose other than to waste my freaking time. There is a mod? Yeah, I don't like modding my games. Well, it's supposed to be immersive. Yeah, but this is the shitty kind of immersive. This is the, what if I just pissed on your face and called it rain immersive? Like, there's immersive, and then there's, okay, but it is a video game. You're ultimately supposed to be able to play the damn game. Right, they could have made it an iPad. If it's supposed to be taking place in the 60s, that's fine. Instead of giving me a stack of papers loosely put on the table, give me a corkboard on the wall with your stuff, organized by this is a freight stuff, this is a, you know, whatever the other categories are, this is that. You could have a filing cabinet right here, which exists, that you could slide the drawer over. The top drawer is your freight, the middle drawer is your whatever. As you flip back, they get to the higher level ones. Like, there are ways to do this. But these loose papers on here is utterly frustrating. Isn't this an in real life simulator? Yeah, and if you want to go in real life, consider this. Do you know what you're not doing as a person who's doing some type of cargo delivery? You're not going up to a freaking unsupervised desk with papers scattered on it with no organization. Whoever is running that place would be fired. I need to actually go and get this done. Okay. Alright, so... we are hauling... oh, I'm picking this up at the sawmill? Wait a second, what? I get the feeling this is set in the 90s, post-Soviet Union, so no iPads. I believe it's 60s, is what I think someone said earlier. Where am I picking this up? Okay. Okay, E70. Alright, so it's really close to where we are. We're at E91. Yeah, like, the actual driving the train part I like. Like, even if I wasn't the most successful. Yeah, that's fair. That's not really a 60s walkie-talkie. Alright, so let's go here. Switch, switch, switch. Start the engine. That should be set to forward. Those brakes are off. Crank you on. Oh, 1 second. Okay, even though I left it in forward gear, it did switch it to reverse when I left the train. That's fine. That's probably because it just reset the train, so, you know, that's whatever. There's 70. Yeah, like this driving the train part is great. I like this part. There's just a lot of little things that... alright, so that's 70 here. So you need to be flipped that way. Now we flip you down. But like little things like this, for example, you've got all these different controls. Okay, it's a reverser. It's labeled. Which way's reverse? In an actual vehicle, that's going to be labeled in some manner. It might just be F and R, or like these light indicators. I don't know what this crap means. I know it's on and off, but I don't know what any of that means. So what you would do is you again have like at least some kind of symbols on here, like a bigger light and a little light. You'll have something like that. You're not just gonna have a bunch of unlabeled controls. Oh. And it should put us on the right track for that. But yeah, no, so I'd love them to put more information on the controls. And they, like I said, they can make it fit the immersion of the game really easily. You can have some, like, maybe this one, it's like the little stickers like that, but it's peeling up on the corner, that kind of thing. You can make it work where it doesn't, you know, ruin the immersion or whatever. But, like this, all of these, where it doesn't mark, like, which way is, you know, engaged and disengaged and all that. It's just kind of an ease of use thing to be like, okay. You know, that's not like babying the game or anything like that. It's just giving you basic information you need to be able to play the game. I don't even mind that, like, all of our menus are, like this part's fine. Like, when I want to use the map and have to, like, do this alt, that's a little rough. I kind of wish it's one of those ones where you could pull out the map and, like, just click on it. Or something like that. I guess it's because, again, multi-controlling and all that. But I do wish there was a little bit more going for it. That's fine. You tap it? Gotcha. It's not that always good as you think. Remember those nuclear things they actually realized are Mercurial controls? Right, no neighbor, but I'm talking about this is a video game. This is ultimately the thing at the end of the road. This is a video game. You are intended to play it. You're intended to be able to discern what does what in your video game. It doesn't matter that there is real-life systems that, you know, people have worn off the labels and things that aren't properly documented and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's not the thing you want to simulate. Alright. It looks like it'll be the last one that's engaged there. Yeah, no, I think once I get past the early frustrations of, like, just the VR stuff, I think it'll be fine, and I think that's mostly going to be around the way they're handling inventory. I think that's gonna be... There you go. That's gonna be the one thing that causes me the most grief. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. I feel like very quickly they could make this a lot better an experience. Alright, so we've got all that. So let's check on our stuff. So we've got our order here. So I need to take it to Sawmill. Alright, so we're taking it to Sawmill. I guess there's not more information needed than that. So that's Station SW. And Station SW is straight west. I believe I am currently facing north to northeast. I feel like that's north right there. So to get onto that route, because it doesn't look like there's like a turnaround point or anything, you can either go in reverse the whole way, which sounds horrible if it'll even do that. But it sounds like what I'd want to do is go to the north, then turn west, then turn south. Kind of use that bottom corner to do like a little circle, and then cut through this middle area. Okay. Regardless, sitting here ain't gonna do anything. That's not right. Alright, so let's check on our maps and all that. Okay, so we are facing to the east. Now, obviously, if I could get this train going that way, that'd be great. But I don't see any, like... I haven't seen any of these, like, a turnaround point. I guess going out this way... No, because it is a one-way out, if I'm reading that correctly, on the far right there. So I'm trying to think of if I wanted to turn this around, even if how I could. I actually don't see a way to turn around. Looks like on the left you can, but it's a lot of maneuvering to get there. Yeah, no, like, if I reversed all the way over to, I believe, where C is, that actually will work. We can reverse all the way to C, back in, and then pull out to the left. Let's do that. So, let's kill the throttle, slam the brake. I'm sure this will not go badly. And those should already be configured to the way I needed them. I did set them last time. No, 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 no. I want this one. Okay. So, if our chart's right, for this will back me out through E. Both of those intersections should be fine. The one I'll need to toggle is the one at C. Once I toggle the one at C, I should be good for the rest of the way. Yeah, no, that would make sense to turn around the train at the turntable. What's the range on this thing? If I have to, I can get out and go for it. Yeah, because it'll be E, so the first turn signal here will be fine. Second turn signal will be fine. Third turn signal is the one I can actually turn on. This is definitely not how I should be doing this. Yeah. No, the intention I'm going to do here is I'm going to just try to use this C thing. Obviously, if the train is too long to back it in where whatever stuff's already there, that'll be a problem. But I feel pretty good. Or just go past C and turn into C. Well, no, then I'd be facing into C. Versus if I back into C, then I put the back behind me, and then I can pull out the other way. If I go past C, and then I'll be pulling in straight, then I'll have to... Well, okay, I see what you're saying. Never mind, I see. Because then I can back out going towards E. That's the one I need to flip. No, 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 not the one in front of me. I need to flip... Actually, I don't need to flip it. It's already facing the right way. I think? Yeah, it's already facing the right way. Maybe? So what we need to do is check here real fast of what we got going on. Because we need a lane that doesn't have a train in it, and all that. So, we need to keep backing up past this point. My front of my train has to be behind this. And if we flip you that way, I should have all the room in the world to work. Because we only need to go far enough that we get past the... Just have to get past that sign there. Did you just flip by me passing through it? Alright, and this will have us leaving the correct way. Okay, and slam you back. Alright, so with that, we will leave C to the left, and then we need to take the first two rights after that. And that then will put us on the route... I don't know if they'll be taking us... Yeah, then we'll need to keep just... Basically, we just take left the whole way. Once we get past this signal, we take this signal, we take the two rights to get out of here, and then it's left for the entire rest of the journey. And how are we doing on money, you might ask? I got $147. We did have one derailment where it went from like 90, 60, 40 and just slammed all the brakes, cut the throttle, and just watched the train just keep going and right over. I was like, man, this feels like speed traps on the road. Like just absolute speed traps on the road. And I believe it said it was 30 in here. We are still accelerating. Okay, that's facing the right way over there. And I should have another one over there to deal with. I did see that Drongo also played this. I only got to catch about the first half of it, though, unfortunately, because I had to go to bed. I just love from... So for those who don't know, my background has nothing to do with trains or whatever, but I do have electrical engineering in my background. And watching them deplete an entire reel of solder, just one whole reel of solder to like do one wire, just sends me. Alright, let's double check. Okay, so that's that one, so we're no longer in this train station. Hey, Sim, how's it going? It's good to have you. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation games as well. So if you like your sim games, can find him over there and all that stuff. But doing a bunch of retro games. I believe just finished GoldenEye on 00 Agent difficulty. Yeah. Simcopter1, train enjoyer, by the way. Alright, so... Gotta keep it under 40. We have increased our throttle and we're losing speed. Our TM temp is slowly climbing. Got to reinstall Railroads Online because this basic steam engine's now that you have something accurately to compare it to. Okay, I mean, I'm glad. Trains are fun and all that. Watching our TM temp slowly climb, our ammeter slowly climb. Wonder if we can push the handcart? Probably not. It does seem like they do calculations around weight and hills and all that. I'm willing to bet you can get a train that doesn't have the power. What's that? Oh, gotcha. No, Sim's fantastic. These days, Sim does a wide range of games. It does like simulation and strategy, but been doing a bunch of retro games recently. So it's done like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, has done Mario 64, GoldenEye. May or may not be doing Banjo-Kazooie in the near future. Alright, so we don't want to go over 40, which doesn't seem like it's going to be a problem, because I keep throttling up, and it just makes it sound like our engine's trying harder, but I'm not actually noticing an appreciable speed difference. Why is literally the only thing I'm hearing the entirety of YouTube is just crash the train? Spoiler alert, if I crash the train, I don't get to keep doing the things I'm doing and I have to go back and reset it. So yeah, if you're aiming for the crane crashes as the only content you want, you're probably going to be disappointed. If you're aiming to not see any crashed trains, you're probably also going to be disappointed. Alright, so all of these we want left. Gotcha, Darth. Ooh, getting hot. Gonna back that off again. I was like, what is this chime I'm hearing? Oh, it's telling me my engine's gonna catch fire. Or whatever the TM temp is. I can gather it's a temperature. Is there a posted speed limit? That's what these are. That 4 means 40. You just add a 0 to it. That route is clearly better maintained than the route I'm on. But that said, right now I don't need to worry about it because our sad little train is trying its very darndest. And we're struggling to keep 20 on this hill. I keep tweaking it up and watching my various gauges get less and less happy about it. And then we'll go downhill and things will get bad. Grass physics? I haven't noticed any grass. I mean, the grass textures look good. Okay, it says 70's acceptable. That is full throttle, by the way. Yeah, we already got the shout out, Lux. Not that, you know, it's luxury, man. You gotta look back at that. Because it was like literally just a minute ago. I know you got here. It's okay. Sim's fantastic and deserves multiple shoutouts and all that. But alright, so 60. There's like a good delay. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just okay. It's like just the number of times that it's a shout out right after shout out. Back off the throttle. It wants to be 50 or less. It's making kind of sad noises. Oh, it's just a broken texture. It's like, what am I looking at? What is this? What is this spire coming out of the railroad in front of me? Okay, we're getting to go faster again. Yeah, it's just like this big spike coming out of the ground. It's like, is this like, what, some type of tank trap or something? Like, what am I seeing on the rail? Low-key, this is actually like middle of World War II, and they just block the rails so you can't deliver by train. Yeah, no, and it's just, I appreciate the support and all that stuff, Lux. It's just the frequency. It's a shout out right after a shout out's happened. Your car is messed up. You're pissed at it. It's in limp mode and you can't work. You had a reservation, but you had to cancel it. Oh, that's no fun. I hope they get your car and all that sorted. Okay, so that's dropping us down to 50. That's okay. We have been able to get up to speed still. Because after that dropping from like 9 to 4 we saw previously, I'm just paranoid about going too fast. Because it was literally, I saw the floor and I slammed on all the brakes and the throttle down to nothing, and it was just too little. You disconnected the battery. We'll be plugging it back in and hoping that'll fix it tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely imagine. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Oh, it requires a license. Never mind. Carry on. I understand the progress is efficiency, safety, and emissions, but part of me does wish for the return of a car simple enough to fix yourself. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's and this is going back a ways, like from working on machines at my dad's plant and everything. That was always the comment, is when you get a lot of like the German engineered stuff, they usually were like extremely efficient, highly performant and all that, but the tolerances were very, very... How's your gas? I don't know. It's good. It's green. This game is like train GTA. Assuming you have the license, you can just jump into any train. Well, that was the thing. They mentioned owning trains, and then I don't. What am I looking at? Oh, well, that's not what you want. Brake, brake, gas away. Alright, I guess I will have to pull out your chart. Okay, so we're on the map. We're at CS. So let's go look at CS. I must be on 3 then? Okay. So I need to back up, and I need to take a right and then a left. That's what I get for not looking and just assuming it'll work out fine. I guess it was between gears. Yeah, no, I realized on the harder mode. That was the reason why, like, at the beginning, it's like, I'm new to the game, and I know it's not a forgiving game. I don't want to learn the mechanics on the hardest mode. It's kind of like when people, they'll boot up a game, and it'll be like, here's your tutorial, and I'll be like, skip. This game's stupid, I can't figure it out, and get mad. That's kind of the same thing when you play a game the first time, especially a game that's got complex systems. You go, hardest difficulty. This game's dumb, I can't figure it out. I'm having a bad time. Why is it so hard? Right, you chose to do the hardest difficulty. So I definitely, usually the first time I play a game, I'll play on like whatever their default recommended normal. Okay. So you gotta keep in mind that there are flags on this side, but we should be backing up on the same rail we came in. Yeah, so we're on that bottom rail there, the one right here. Not that one. This one up here. What I want to do is I want to go over here to this intersection, which is what enters there. Switch that to go north instead. Then we go over here in the middle one. Then we can cut straight across because we're just trying to pass through this train station. We don't actually need to do anything here. I do feel like with this map, it wouldn't be super hard to figure out where you are, as long as you're kind of paying attention to where the signals are. Like, you can certainly lose your place. Imagine this game had an actual geared diesel mechanic loco, manually lapped brakes. I have no idea what any of those things mean. You have to look. Can you get a paint job? I don't know. Alright. Don't you have another sponsor now? No, if you're talking about the agency, that's not a sponsor. The agency means that's basically they represent me with sponsors. But you love how train people just expect everyone to know all the technical stuff? I mean, it happens in almost all the simulation you have. It's like, oh, well, if you did this, whatever, it's like, man, I don't know about that stuff. Here's a video game. Calm down. Alright. Do this. Do that. Alright, so now that'll be the first right. I actually don't care whether we do... Well, actually, maybe I do. Because I'm assuming the gas, the little droplet icon is probably a refuel. That's fine. So take this first right, and then we'll just roll with whatever the next one is. So if I'm reading this right, that should put me through the B section. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or I'm wrong, I don't know. I don't care as long as it gets me to the other side of the yard. Okay, so this is the B section. So in theory, there's a gas icon up ahead after we cross the B section, which I'm assuming is where I can refuel. I'm assuming that is a refueling thing, maybe? Granted, let's not worry about it. I've got mostly a full tank as is, and then on top of it I have no money. So, we can look at the fuel, but we can't have any. So this should take me through one. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. It looked like it had, if we look at the map, it's got like a droplet on it, and then like the bottom right is kind of a teal, and then the top left is kind of a gray. So I'm not sure what that means. And this is what I get for being like, everything just turned left. Is that an 8? Okay, we'll be along that bottom route. It's just nothing but left-hand turns the whole way to the sawmill. Floor it. Are you liking it? I'm liking it. Back off a little bit. I'm liking it. There's definitely some pain points, because it is a game that was a VR game made not VR as well. So like the inventory management's a bit rough. Some of the controls are a bit rough. The train part, like the actual running the train part, is really good. But it's stuff like the inventory management, dealing with like getting your jobs, all that kind of stuff. They wanted to make it tangible so you can like in VR grab the papers and all that, which I get. But at the same time, I don't care, because I'm not in VR. You like how the paint's chipped off? Yeah, no, I do like that it looks worn. But, it is one of those things for playing the game when you have, like, all the papers on the desk. You're like, but this isn't, like, this doesn't fit realism. This isn't good from the quality of life or gameplay aspect or anything. kind of wish you had some of the speed indicators on the map. Oh, broken texture. Broken texture. You can see through the world. The rock, you can see underneath the rocks through the hill. Alright. This will definitely go well. It's fine. I could probably pour my drink without having a catastrophic problem. But see, the texture didn't used to be that bad, but they changed the rail alignments a couple updates ago, and the next, and are again the next big update, so it didn't really polish in between. Yeah, I mean, for the record, I don't care about the fact that there was a missing texture. Or a broken texture, sorry, not a missing texture. Like, that's a nothing burger. Like, the things of the game that I actually find frustrating are inventory management, that kind of things there. Back off the throttle. We're at okay speed for right now, but I want to avoid... Because I'm assuming we're going to go downhill into a turn or something. And behold the glorious view of fog. The game actually is very pretty. It just happens to be a foggy day today. So that'll be a 6. Probably fine. We're making an American DLC? Oh, I thought this was just a fictional place, not based on any specific place, period. So I'm going to let off the throttle, because even though it says 6, it does say there's going to be a switch up ahead. And I'm assuming the switch is going to be one of those ones where it's like, this way it's a 6, that way it's a 3. Slam your brakes on, sucker. Okay. Yeah, 7 and 5. And you can crank it again. Won't come out to 2027, 2028. Gotcha. Alright, so we got 7. So, yep, so we're going to be coming along FRS on the bottom there. Just working our way to the sawmill. The train bobbing like this feels way more bubbly than I'd expect a real train to be. That could very well be my own ignorance, though. Because I imagine they have some kind of suspension and all that, and I don't recall having a horrible time on the trains I've ridden in this passenger. But it definitely feels like this thing is really just going like this the whole time on the tracks. You're in a tiny one, big ones are stable? Gotcha. Oh, 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 oh. Drop from 7 to 4. Come on, man. You need to have degrees of that where you go 7, 6, 5. This isn't seeing if you can catch people at that intersection to get a speeding ticket. You don't need to drop it real fast to pay for your local police department. This is about not killing people. And losing precious cargo. That corporate wants to make sure it gets there in time. They do have lots of sway? Gotcha. Like I said before, we don't have much trains in Florida so far as like passenger trains, and obviously I'm not riding in the back of a cargo train. So most of my experience with trains has been going to like Europe and getting to ride the trains over there, which I very much enjoy. I almost feel like in real life, if this is my job and I had my map here, places like that where it drops to like, you know, a really sudden drop in speed, I would probably literally go to my map and like mark a spot being like, hey, this is the watch out, slow down spot. Let's see, the Train Sim World fandom is ecstatic when they update the suspension system to be more realistic, especially on the real bouncy ones. When you were in Gainesville, Florida, sometimes you could hear the train roll through. Yeah, but there's usually cargo trains. We do have lots of cargo trains that go down the East Coast servicing, like, there's, the Space Center has a bunch of stuff. There's also a bunch of manufacturing a bit south of the Space Center that's heavily felt to it. We actually do have a little bit of timber industry in the state. Not a lot, but that's also, like, North Brevard County, that kind of area. There's a little bit there. It's nowhere near any, like, the places that are well known for it, but we do have some. And I imagine those probably branch over to hit some of the agricultural areas in the middle of the state, but I have no idea about the paths for any of that stuff. I just know along the East Coast, because that's where I spent my teens and early 20s. Let's see, it's a major map expansion that lets you run the big trains at 100 kilometers per hour, adds electrified tracks and electric locomotives to save you money, but forcing you to change tractive power, as you can't run on, I don't know what those things are. Don't you derail. I wasn't expecting this game to be something that you had to, like, react to the game almost immediately. I'm having to keep the brake on just to keep our speed from being too fast. Like, no throttle, just riding the brake, listening to it scream. Hey, Ganja Knight, how's it going? This isn't a single stick EMU? I have no idea what that means. Note to self. This bottom route makes you go real slow. And And you're gonna be riding that brake the whole time. I need to get the other brake involved. My other brake's just on. The other brake's just on and we're accelerating again. It's also called Omnibus Controls for Road Vehicles. I have no idea what that means either. It's one of the modern electric trains that you control with a single combined throttle and brake stick. Ah, gotcha. Throttle's all the way off, brake is all the way on. And we have to keep it under 3 or we derail. Okay, I can speed up again. And knowing this game, I'm going to get like 2 feet forward. It's going to go, no 70, down to 20. Who do you think you are? They give you just barely enough time to kind of get the speed to immediately make you drop. Like, I feel like in real life, if it was that quick of a like speed up, slow down, they'd just be like, you're just go slow. What does that sign say? Oh, I'm waiting for it. Also, a bird in Australia. The local railroads paint the emus with emus as a joke. Back off, we gotta keep it at 60. Okay. Put us full brake. We've been full brake since a ways back where I could barely see it zooming in the whole way. Okay. Alright. Yeah, no, with how fast they drop the speeds, I do wish I could, like, put pins on the map and be like, hey man, this road over here, it gives you, like, surprise slowdown. Obviously, none of this is realistic. They've compressed the map. 6 is fine. I'll back off the throttle a little bit there. They've compressed the map. Because you would not have all these kind of dangerous turns this close together where they're not just... You would err the speeds on the side of caution, where you'd be like, okay, if this is risk of rolling, we're going to take it 10 down. Not gonna lie, you're surprised you haven't played before? Okay, so you need to be at 5. We're at about 4. Yeah, no, it's been on the radar to play, I just hadn't gotten to it. But yeah, from like the realistic perspective, they wouldn't take you that close to the speed that you would derail. And then on top of that, like if you're having a lot of shifts up and down speed-wise, you wouldn't sit there and do that. Like when you're coming to like train station or something, they might. But like just out in the wilderness, it'd be like, oh hey, warning up ahead, there's a tight turn. That you're gonna have to drop your speed, and then have it like way before you get to that point. You wouldn't be here going, oh god, slam the brakes, slam the throttle back. It'd be nice if you could, yeah. But no. And like, for the record, I think it's fine that they have this. It's, like American Truck Simulator that does it as well, and it's the same kind of thing of map compression. Because obviously this game wouldn't be as fun if you're like, hey, I'm gonna do a delivery. It's gonna be the next 8-9 hours of just cruising along this track where you hit the straightaway and you're just at speed with nothing to do for, you know, 2.5 hours waiting for like the next interesting segment to come up. In reality, the speed boards are there just as a reminder. Drivers are expected to know every speed limit by heart. That feels like a terrible strategy. There's a little more you can learn by reading the signs, but you don't know if, you don't know where this reaches the backseat. Well, let me look at the signs the next time they come up. Yeah, so you're both kind of hovering on the edge of starting to overheat. Yeah, so it's a 5 to the left, 5 to the right. You're already set to the left. It's warning me that I'm overheating. Oh, we're here. Hold up. Kill the engine. Put the brakes on. Alright, so I need to go to the sawmill. And actually, before I do that, I need to take you to C31. Okay, so sawmill. Or it's SW. Oh no, that's right. Right. So the sawmill's SW. Okay. I was having a moment like, don't tell me I went to the wrong place in the map, because I'm sure that happens. Overview. Transfer yard. Okay. So I need to take you to SWC31. Alright, so let's go and grab you. There's no C there. There's no C here. So C31 is I take the first left, then I take the first right. And we're already on the first left. So we can take this parking brake back off, give it a little go. Enhance. Okay, that's B. Oh, right, the compass road isn't pointing north-south, it's pointing east-west. Okay. So 31 would be switch that one and switch this one. I guess it's 33I, not 31. Alright. Let's get this into position over here. Yeah, and I guess also for video game purposes versus, like, realism, I wish there was a stronger indicator on, like, okay, where exactly am I supposed to drop this off? Because Because I'm just kind of like, it's on the track. I'm assuming if I pass those, I'm not in the area. Alright. So put our brake on. Release that. Release that. Fuel cut off. Turn the lights off. Turn the other lights off. Huh? Oh, wait, what? Huh? What's... Okay. Huh? Okay. Alright. I somehow put myself in, like, camera flying mode or something. I was getting weirded out by the light still on there. Alright, so... I need to go to one of these and put the brakes on. There you go. Decouple. Cool. And run over here. It's perfect. It was pretty perfect to come through after a long day. Do the big boy, whatever. Actually, I think the correct procedure would be the red marker lights on the sides of roads so that other trains will know that there is a train idle in the siding. The correct procedure would be to but the red marker lights on the both sides of the other trains will know that there's a train idle in this. I don't know what that means. All right, so let's see. So I can go ahead and grab you. Yay, we got paid. The idea you walk up to the machine and you put in your thing and it just hands out $17,000 in cash. Just straight up, just a wad of bills is highly amusing to me. So I never looked at this. Oh. So this just has a bunch of information about the vehicles. Oh, and this is saying if I wanted to buy the vehicle, it's $20,000. Hands it into you and those rolls of drug dealer carry. I mean, normal ATM would probably do like 1,750. Right. But there's a difference between 1,750 and 17,000. Like a whole zero missing there. All right. Okay. Please select fees. Your insurance only needs you to pay to clear all fees. Sure. Still don't fully understand this. I don't know what the fee was about. Like, my wear and tear on the vehicle. You can, there you go. So we don't own any vehicles. My assumption is when we get 20,000, I would be able to buy the next vehicle if I wanted. Did you get off my screen? Cancel? Okay, there you go. Stats. Current balance is 17,103. Copay remaining. Copay total 100. Fee tolerance 5,000. Licensed own. There's 3 out of 25. Okay. I have money. It's burning a hole in my pocket. Let's buy things. All right. So it looks like the costs go up extremely fast. So let's get that license. The fact I have to pull out my wallet every time is so weird. Yay, I don't need to have this. Woo! you toss it on the ground and never pretend to never look at it again. Alright, so if we were saying that this is the 60s, clearly it is not. That is a CD drive, and these are USB ports. So it cannot be the 60s. Judging by what we've got tech-wise, this computer would be solidly 90s. And later 90s at that. We still have our PS2 ports and all that. We do have a built-in network card. Built-in network card on the motherboard definitely puts you well into the late 90s, early 2000s. But it also means you're not going to go to the mid-2000s because you do still have the big fat serial port and the 9-pin serial ports. And like an actual built-in sound card, or a actual sound card. But again, that's a DVI port. Now there's USB. There's USB right here and here. There's USBs there. So this would have to be after USB became common, but before they eliminated the PS2s. So you're talking almost early 2000s. Like you're right on that fence of late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like you've got would probably be like a, you know, was it Sound Labs oh man, what was it? Sound Blaster? Because it looks like that. I'm not sure about this port, because that's not your gaming port. That's the wrong number of pins for your gaming port. So this is a little bit of a weird sound card. I don't know what that port is about. Yeah, Sound Blaster Live or Sound Blaster Pro or whatever. So I'm not sure what that port is going to be doing here, because that looks... That's a weird one. But you've got your audio ports, you've got your RGB, well, VGA, you got DVI. There's your motherboard's built-on sound. So that, again, that would kind of date it at the later one, but having built-on sound on your motherboard and then built a sound card as well, that was not one you think... That's supposed to be a 15-pin. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that's the wrong size. The 15-pin would be closer to the RGB size. A little bit bigger than that. Or not RGB, VGA. Alright, confirm licenses. I still have money in my pocket, so I can get Fragile, Dispatch, Train Length 1, Concurrent Orders, Museum. Some of those licenses get expensive. You suspect the PC is just a stock asset, and they didn't bother to plug it in, etc.? Probably. I'm gonna get Train Length 1. Bam. Bam. Here, let me just break out my wallet and put $10,000 in the machine. Time bonus delay. Oh, wait a second. This license grants you orders up to 10 cargoes hour. Beware, the total train mass exceeds your locomotive traction effort. Time bonus delay minus 2%. Or deadline, I don't really know what that means. But it's increased my insurance copay tremendously. Which feels like a little bit of a troll that I get an upgrade and you're like, now the game's harder. Okay. So, I could technically take that. That's a maybe. Take that. You're worse, so you go on the floor. Welcome to the floor. I can't even do you. Welcome to the floor. Welcome to the floor. And welcome to the floor. Minus 2% means if you get 100 minutes, you get, you now have 98 minutes to get the bonus. Yeah. Happy birthday to the ground. Alright. So... Train mass... 180T. I don't... Oh, let me guess. We got a vehicle catalog, and of course, you know, for realism, they make it so I can't read it. Alright. Well, yeah, and also this has to be 1990s, because that says 1981 to 1996. I'm seeing if we have any, like, really... Oh, there's actually another train we can buy. Heavy hauling, heavy shunting. And there's a support car. Railway utility. There's crew component seats. Self-lapping valve. I don't know what any of that means. Yeah, so we've got you. So you're a heavy shunting one. So your load rating is not great. Right. So it can handle 300 tons on good weather, 250 tons on bad weather. This would be heavy shunting as well. And it basically could just carry way better weight. You can handle way better weight. I'm noticing a pattern here. All of these just can handle better weight. And then this is a fuel supply tender. So it seems like you'd have your train, you'd have this behind it to supply you resources, and then you'd attach whatever you're bringing with you. That's heavy hauling, which has a whole bunch of information that we have no idea about because the game doesn't teach us any of it. Okay, so either way, it looks like we can handle this one. That was the important thing, is I wanted to make sure I wasn't grabbing something and then not be able to move. Alright, so we are getting this off of C10. So now if we go and grab you out. The C is over this... No, because... Alright, so north is this way. We're facing north there. And north is... Actually, north should be to the right. Which means C should be on the left, B should be on the right. Okay. So that's C10. Was C10 where my stuff was? Yeah, so C10 is what we're going for. So I've got the train here, and my payload's there. The question we have then is, for my contract thing here, we are taking you to the goods factory end town, which is GF. So if we look on the world map, GF is where I did that turnaround last time. So it kind of doesn't matter which way I'm leaving, because if I go left, I'm going to turn right, and if I go right, I'm going to turn left. So this one, I really don't care which way we go out of here. So I might just grab the same train we used the last time. Okay, and yours should be set to forward still. No brakes or anything are on. Oh, you're not engaged in an engine. Why no? Oh, because it got switched off of... I see. Yes, that's a go through. Okay, that's all set up, right? Okay. Alright, so I just need to go and get this picked up. There we go. Here to the left. Cool. Okay, no warning indicators or anything like that. Okay, cool. So, with this, we are heading towards CW. We want to turn right. And we're kind of like trying to cut through the very middle of the map. So this is going to be a little bit of a complicated route. But we're trying to get to GF, which is kind of in that, not all the way on the top northeast. It's like kind of right above me here. It's that yellow dot you can barely make out straight above where I'm pointing. Okay. So we need to take a right, then a left, then a right, then a left, then a right, and then we're there. Okay. We can only go 40 at this area. We're at 30 already. and go up to 60. Yeah, looks like there's gonna snake, so I should expect a lot of slowdowns, I think. Yep, went around one turn. Did a single turn, slammed the brakes. As it dropped back down to 40. I probably got to ride the brakes here because I got no throttle and I'm slowly accelerating because we're going downhill. Okay, we're allowed to go 50. And we're accelerating again without using any throttle. We're just idling. Yeah, so we're going to snake up and down this entire left route. And eventually we'll come to the intersection where we can turn towards CW or OWC, and we're going to want to turn right towards OWC. There was something over there I couldn't make it out. Also, Sasquatch is definitely out here somewhere. Because going downhill with a full load and having the brakes slowly fade away can be terrifying in any train sim. Yep. Alright, so we're going to drop down to a 3. Okay. Just no throttle the whole way. Not one bit. This whole route just coasting and braking again and again. Yeah, because I believe you have indicators here. Yeah, it's mentioning my brake pipe. Yeah, my main reserve is still doing okay. Alright, so that's 6. We can actually use the throttle. Yeah, looks like it's going to start straightening out once we get around this corner. Until we turn, then we're going to be like kind of wiggling back and forth as we do our stuff. Alright. So yes, the first one's to a right. Still a 6. Toggle it down a couple more notches. Yeah, so right, then left, then right. I see you, game. Literally, I can see a 6 and a 4 in row. There's like 2 feet between those. Like, there'd be no point in putting that speed limit sign. That 6 is literally just not okay. where is the switch? Okay, it's correct. Dropped down to a 2 there. Okay, so it's going from an 8 to a 5. And we took the right there. And this one we don't interact with. Because that should be this right here. That one we don't interact with, and then we have a left. Actually, looks like it might already be past the one we don't interact with. Okay. So it's a 3 to the left. Alright. Hey, Ents, how's it going? So the next one's going to be a right. Because we're coming up right here. So we'll take this right, and then we'll take that left, and it'll take that right. Oh no, that's fine. We're still back here. Okay. Yeah, so we're back here actually. Not over there. I'm on the same stretch. I just was like, oh, we're coming up on this spot when we're over there. That's fine. I've already got it throttled way up. We're just kind of waiting for it to get up to speed. I'm gonna assume we need to slow down. That's 5 to the right. Okay, we're good. Okay, so we're going to the train station. When we get to the other side, we need to go left. So we're at this train station right now. When we get to the other side, I need to go left at that signal, and then right at that signal. But it looks like there might actually be like 2 train stations right there. So yeah. And And the sign said keep it under 50. Let's see, you got 3 new piggies a week ago, and you're glued to their cage to see them making friends with the old ones. So yeah, life is perfect. That's good to hear. Okay, 90. And then it instantly back down to 60. I assume that 0.3 on the bottom is telling me how long until the exchange. I don't know if I messed that up. Okay, we're cutting through here. So I should be going right through there right now. We're still holding at about 50, which is what it says okay. And then the next time we get a chance, we need to set the signal left. All right. Okay. Nine, then 6 again. Come on, man. There's no point in even having that 9 signal there. I'm just going to keep it at like 5 or 6 and only change when it goes under. Every time it's like 7. No, never mind. 9. No, never mind. Get your hands off the throttle. Who do you think you are? Getting to go a decent speed. And I need to go left at this one. Which it looks like left route lets me keep going at the speed I'm going. We can maintain that up until the next signal we have, which is to the right. And after the signal to the right, then we, yeah, it went 7 then right back to 6, and we're at like 55. I genuinely feel like they should just take away those high numbers, as compressed it is. What do the small blue-white flags under some of the speed limit signs say? The small blue-white flags. I don't know. I'd have to see another one. Wait. Oh, okay, there's another one there. I was about to say, like, wait a second. I wasn't expecting another station. Oh, the grade? Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I know I saw... Oh, so, like, the 0.3 is the grade. In my mind, it was how long it was until the actual speed change. And also, check out the Ints. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of games like your Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, those kind of games. Also occasionally does, like, streams of, like, guinea pigs and that kind of stuff. So if any of that's your jam, you can find over there. As a heads up, does stream in German, does understand English if you talk English in tech, but, you know, in chat and all that, but does stream in German. But I do know we got a lot of people here who speak German, so, you know, there's definitely enough people to understand all that. Alright, so we're going to get to the other side of this place. Oh, so that blue and white sign, okay, so that's saying level. I'm assuming the 0.3 is saying, hey, a third of a kilometer-ish. So that blue and white sign was basically saying, okay, relatively speaking, you're level. Versus if it was like sloped one way, you're going, like sloped down left, you're going uphill, sloped down right, you're going downhill. I want to the right. Oh, no, we're fine. No, we're not. Oh, this is just a random turnoff that's not on the route map. Boo, game. If you're gonna give me a route map, make sure it actually gives me correct information. That's fine. Yeah, this is where you started. It's just you look at the route map and there's no signal. I'm like, okay, well I just need to take the signal to the right. And then I saw a building and slammed on the brakes. It's like, wait. And it's just like a little side thing. It's fine. It's a little annoying to have, like, unmarked things on the map. So far as, like, when you're traveling and depending on signals. Because that's the kind of stuff I'd imagine in realism mode, you get all confused because you'd be going, you know, looking at your chart being like, okay, well, I should be here, but there's a signal to a building to the right. Did I end up over here somewhere? Like, what's going on? Okay. Alright, now we're back on track. So, not this nothing place signal, but the next right signal we take to the right. You'd think that I actually have any kind of signage at all for any of this. Like, so far as not just the grade and the speed, but being like, you're entering whatever town. Or even not even whatever town, just like have like the little sign. And maybe that's not a thing for trains. But it's weird to me that like none of this is labeled about locations or anything like that. Just all of it's like, here's your speed, there's your grade. Here's your speed, there's your grade. It feels like you'd have a little bit more of that. That'd be helpful, but when is anything helpful? You never seen name turnoffs in real life? Well, I mean, not necessarily there, but like when you're entering the actual city, so you could... Where did... Okay, well we... Oh, did I pick it up and put it in my inventory, maybe? So apparently it fell through the universe. Don't you ride trains for years before you get to be an engineer? Yes, but this is a video game, so you don't get to do that. So instead of just arbitrarily, you know, making it match real life where you just memorize all your patterns before you even play, they need to do a little bit of adjustment for the fact that you don't have a decade worth of experience going into booting up the game the first time. There's definitely a point that realism is not your friend for a fun game. Like, realism can be fun, but there's also some stuff that you just can't make realistic because, you know, you don't have textile feel, you don't have the sensations of wind or, you know, feeling the friction on things and all that. You don't have, like, where you would be doing the thing again and again and again for literal years. They just kind of drop you in there. And so you got to make a little bit of adjustments to accommodate for the fact that this isn't real life. You don't have all the feelings and sensations, and you don't have all the information, and you don't have the experience and all that to have that know-how. And these should be labeled what that means forward and back and all that. And what those toggles mean. The fact that their lights is fine. That indicator just turns on and off. It doesn't give me any usable information beyond that. I just have to keep flipping the switches till it does what it does. And then you memorize it. But that's not usually how you work around stuff. You don't make people memorize unlabeled controls. Okay, so somewhere up here we should have a split right. Does you notice how the last 8 signs had a red arrow under it? This indicates a major speed decrease. More than 28 kilometers. Also, the green arrow. I see. Yeah, so that's something that, like, I feel is something they should cover in the game if they're going to do that. Just by the nature of, okay, are you going to assume people know the signage? Also, are all roads, are all the signs in here, you know, universal throughout the world? Or does, like, the way they do it in Europe different from the way we do it here in the US? Is different from the way it's done in Canada? Is different from the way it's done in Australia? You get the idea. Okay, so I need... Let's just slam these real quick. And that's where we accidentally flip the thing while we're on it, sending the back half of the train going a different direction than the front and derailing immediately. But yeah, so stuff like the signage, and for the record, they do actually have a guide in here where you can go here, but, like, they have terminology and all that, but, like, even the speed limit sign, this is a common problem you have with a lot of games, especially in simulation, where ultimately there's a concept in newspaper of burying the lead, that you have the important part of the story that people care about, and then there's all the other crap. And so with burying the lead, you know, someone could be like, law whatever dot 43 whatever dot whatever passes. That could be the title. And then the lead is a law outlaw, you know, soda's now outlawed. That's the lead. That's the part people care about. They don't care about what the name of the law that passed. They care about what it did. And so that's an important part about putting that on the top. So in this one, they have all this stuff about, like, oh yeah, it's pole-mounted stuff near the tracks, and then there's nearby switches, and there's all this stuff, and they might change around here. And trains that are really long need to be aware about this. And speed limit applies after the sign and all that. And that's all useful information. But the part that you care about is, by the way, they're multiples of 10. This is the part you care about. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, they need imagery, so, like, as they're talking about this sign, you can get rid of a whole lot of this fluff text to just have a picture of a sign and be like, yo, dog, when that says 5, it means 50. Takes effect immediately at the point of the sign. And then all the rest of this can go right in the bin. And so I do see that a lot of this is doing the worst kind of way of teaching people, which is what's known as wall of text. This is a little better. This one's got some good formatting on it. But, like, this is just a big wall of text. The only formattings are bullet points here. which don't have any titling on the top of it or anything, so that's pretty rough. This one's fine. This one's actually okay. This is terminology. You can't expect a whole lot here. This is pretty actually okay. Let's see, the guide used to be an actual in-game item that presented information much better. Well, that's weird that they got rid of that. But yeah, because I was going to say, we don't mark the speed, but max speed going through the yard is also buried in the wall text. Yeah, no, exactly. And it's one of those things, like, and this isn't even just this game. There's a lot of games that have this problem, that you'll have people get upset about tutorials, and usually it's because they're overly verbose and have the giant wall of text. And you can usually go to that thing where you get like 8 or 9 paragraphs, and you're going, what does this mean? This means when that sign says this, that means that. Here's an extra condition, and you can have it all in like a sentence and a half. It's a very big thing that happens not only in game design, but like in a lot of design. Because they end up writing it like it's an engineering document. And it's like, no. What you need to do is like convey the important information to the player as succinctly as possible that doesn't, like, you know, remove the important information from it. And then you can put all your fluff below it. That's fine. But yeah, that was when I was, like, trying to figure out how the signs worked. I pulled up the guide, and it was like, you know, I started reading, I was like, all this is garbage, and had to skip, like, 5 paragraphs down just to get my answer. And yeah, the reality is just put a freaking picture there. You can put a picture there. You know, people are definitely going to have to be able to visually see. This game depends on sight, so you can count on them being able to see. And so it is just one of those things. Put the picture there, point at it, be like, yo, that means that means this. By the way, you know, be careful about this. And cut it all down to 2 sentences. And it's not, people don't read anymore. It's like, no, when you pad it out with useless information, people don't want to read useless information. People want to read the important bit. If I want to have a story, I'll open a novel, and I do that. But right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to play a game. And for the record, I'm not even bashing this game in particular. I love Vintage Story. Vintage Story does the same thing in a lot of places, where they just really pad out the information a lot. So we're going to be coming up on GF. So couple, haul to D61. Yeah, so we're looking at overview D61. We'll be coming in from the B angle. We honestly just want to follow the thing the whole way across and loop back. Because this does look like a place that we could turn around if we wanted to. Because if you come in from the top at B and then switch down, you'd be then able to come back around through B going the other way. Going from D to B, I don't see as good of a switch. Yeah, there's not a switch around place for there. You're literally a print journalist, and you know, you can get to relevant information told in both 150 words and 750 words. I need to go with the shorter one every time. Yes. For me, it's not even like, because I haven't done journalism side, I've done education. And that is one of the things that's like, what am I trying to teach? How fast can I get there? Okay, so if we check out our document here, so I need to go the whole way around to D, so I should be able to just... There we go. It seems like the path through is always set towards the middle. I don't know if that is a reliable thing, but that's been true so far every single time. That when we approach the station, it's going to default to whatever gets me through there. Yeah, so where I need to be is over on that side. You can see there's a railroad track going out. So I assume it's over there. That's where I need to be. And so this will go forward and it'll make a U and then come back out that way. But yeah, no, with instructional design, that's kind of one of the things of being like I made the comment when we were doing the tutorial that one thing I complimented about the game is you finish the tutorial, and one of the things they do is they printed out a sheet that you held in your hand. It's like, here's all the things you've learned, and, you know, checked the boxes. That's actually very good instructional design to outline before you teach whatever you're teaching. As you go, kind of be like, hey, we just learned this. And then at the end, like, circle back and be, here's all the things we've learned. Because there's, especially with a lot of subjects, that until you reach a certain level of proficiency, it just doesn't feel like you're getting anywhere. Learning a foreign language is a perfect example. When you start learning a foreign language, you are learning words, but you're like, I can't communicate, I don't understand, like, am I learning anything, like, this isn't going well or whatever. And it goes that way until you kind of hit a certain amount of vocabulary, that once you kind of reach that point, then you can turn around and be like, hey, I didn't get all the words in that sentence, but I got the idea of what was being said. So it feels like your progress is like 0.000000050%. But when you kind of isolate, it's like you learned, you know, you learned like I, you, me, you learned some basic, you know, verbs, that kind of thing. It can really kind of help you to recognize a lot of that stuff and kind of see, it's like, I do know that. Because again, it is one of those things that there's just some things that until you know enough, it doesn't feel like you know any. Musical instruments can be the same way. There's a lot of musical instruments that you'll fumble around with and feel like you're not really picking up the instrument as you're learning all the basics, until you kind of hit a certain point that you can string some notes together and, you know, make it not sound absolutely wretched to everyone around you. Okay. Yeah, so we're on this side. So we want it to go to the left twice. And then we want to get to D61. Yeah, so we got both of those set to the left. And we're looking for D61. Is that D51 there? So it's 15, 20, 30... That would take us to 51. I can't get to the R signal. It's behind the signal I'm looking at right now. There's D61 right there. So D61 looks like it's the second to last. Okay, I think that's right. Okay. But yeah, it's also good not to use the wall of text. There's, well, when you reach a certain threshold, you get diagnosed with dyslexia. Everyone has at least some dyslexia tendencies. Stuff like the word replacement, losing your place, that kind of thing. The difference is, like, is it happening very, very little, or is it a point that it's actually detrimental to your ability to, like, read large text and all that? So, having the giant wall of text is worse for objectively everybody, but for some people it's nearly insurmountable, or it's just very frustrating. It's very difficult to overcome. And so you definitely don't want a wall of text as much as possible. Break it up with images, use formatting, like where they had the bullet points on the headers were good. Okay. All right. And hit the button. Turn that off. Cut that off. Oh, so I can't... Okay. You can scroll wheel, it's just being weird about it for some reason. Alright. Yeah, it's weird scroll wheeling everything. In hindsight, probably should be putting the brake on here first before doing that. Just in the case that this is, like, not really level and it started, you know, rolling down the hill kind of thing. Alright. Where's my green blinking light? There you are. Nope, not that. Yay! And now I take you. Alright, so we can go here. I'm assuming we pay the fees that this is like the wear and tear I did to the vehicle along the way. It's not super clear. Ow! Yeah, getting your extra licenses and having it jack up your copay is kind of an effed up thing. It's kind of like one of those things of like, no, man, don't take the extra license. It's a trap. Don't do it. Okay, so we got a bunch of different weather coming in. Do you get binoculars at some point? As far as I've seen, there's not been any opportunity to buy anything. I assume there is stuff, but I haven't seen it. Don't take the rage, I'll make less than my own taxes. Man, the number of people I've had that discussion be like, oh man, I'm getting a raise. I'm gonna lose money because of taxes. Like, no. The increased taxes only apply on the additional money. Your same early money is taxed at the same rate. You literally will not have to pay more. No, man, I'm gonna have to pay more. It's like, dude, it's like, it's an 8% raise. How much do you think they're gonna do this? Man, no, it's a raise. Take the freaking money. Unless it comes with the responsibilities you don't want to do, then fair enough. Yeah, the copay is the training wheels early game. Once you get bigger, once it gets bigger than your feet, it doesn't matter. Math is hard. Yeah, no, it's the belief that people have is that's like, oh, you're gonna go to the next tax bracket and all of your money will suddenly be charged at a higher percentage. It's like, that's not how it goes. Sadly, the Australian Medicare threshold does work, like, if you just earn that, they take home less. It's a lump sum. Yeah. Tax math is hard. Deliberately and intentionally. Right, so I have 23,000. So I could buy that, but instead, I'm sitting here holding my catalog. Catalog. So it says this thing's 20,000 with a lock icon on it. I have over 20,000. I genuinely do not understand. So, like, I don't own any vehicles. I can buy licenses. Oh, these are the licenses for vehicles here. The S060 is a license for a train called the S060. I see. I was not expecting the licenses for my trains to be buried here, which granted the game did teach you that in the tutorial, but then I promptly forgot because in my mind all these are like freight house shunting, fragile dispatch train. Like, all these to me are like stuff related to the types of contracts you can make. Okay, so in that case, congratulations, you're licensed to access all of the 060 steam-powered locomotives in Derail Valley. Use them responsibly. You do not need to carry this license with you. So, that's interesting to me. Well, I mean, I just got the next higher one. So that's not worth a whole lot. I don't have the fragile license. How much money do I have left right now? 3,000 bucks. That's not worth a whole lot. That one's terrible, but okay. That's not worth a whole lot. Not qualified. Not qualified. Terrible pay. Not qualified. Not qualified. Not qualified. Alright, well I guess that's just pretty underwhelming pay for the whole thing. 2 drop-offs. Alright. That said though, chat, I think we're going to switch over to RimWorld at this point. So, I've liked what I played of this game so far. I definitely could see playing more of it. I'm definitely running into some of the things like the controls are a little frustrating. I'm getting a bit adjusted to them. They still definitely could use an improvement. I dislike this kind of user interface with the papers. Like, once you choose it, it's fine. I would much rather something like this. Either, like, corkboard it up on the wall. Like, you know, put a big wall over here to corkboard with all of the ones there so they're organized. Or have a filing cabinet that you can, like, pull open the filing cabinet and, like, shuffle through. So you can still have your, like, realism, interaction, whatever you want to call it, kind of mechanic. But, you know, you're not just going to go up on the table and, like, sift through. And, you know, like, with these, just getting a bunch of them and just chucking them on the floor because I'm not qualified to realize I only actually have one choice. This is all just noise that means nothing to me. All of this is garbage. There was, like, 2 others I qualified here. So, really, there wasn't meaningfully a selection. I had this one, that one, not this one. That was my actual selection there, is to choose between these 3. All of this might as well not exist. And I'm even okay with that being there, but the fact that I have to, like, shove that all off just to get there is kind of annoying. In fact, here's what I think about your contracts. They're dumb. All of these are dumb. I'm going to make sure nobody takes these contracts. There, I'm filing them properly. Oh, I actually could have done that one too. Did you throw your wallet in the trash? Yeah, but I think it's going to be one of these ones that... Oh, actually, I was qualified for that one. But yeah, so you get the idea. Of the 12 or so of these that were on there, the reality is I had a choice of 5 of them, and I had to sift through all of them and waste a bunch of time figuring all that out. Which isn't the end of the world, but it would be nice to, again, have it, like, placed up on the wall, like, over here, just a bunch of them or whatever. Like, you just probably rearrange the, like, the stuff here where they've got, like, this map and all that. You can just, like, move this door there, put a corkboard here, and then just have the contracts, like, hung up on the corkboard, so you can just kind of glance at them and grab the one you want. Or, again, the filing cabinet would be also good. Okay. I know there's a particularly lucrative one. You can splurge on the license to unlock it. Yeah, but the idea is, like, making them more visible would be good. It's more that they're stuck on top of each other, and you have to kind of be like, no. And it's not like you just kind of left-click, pick it up, right-click, put it down. So it's like for the mouse and keyboard, it's like left click, go over here, hit X, all that stuff. I like that almost everything this world is diegetic exists in the world. The game is diegetic. I don't know what you mean by that. You think the pay for the shunting jobs is pretty fair, relative to how little they take to complete? Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of figuring. It's kind of figuring the shunting jobs are kind of your quick and quick little jobs. I was gonna say easy, but that's relative. But like quick, you just take it from one to the other. Because like say for example this, shunting is easy money. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Versus like some of these ones that was like the freight haul that got up to 15,000. So my assumption of how that would work is when we pull up our map, like since I'm up here, a shunting job might be taken around the corner to there or up here, something that's probably not a huge journey, versus a freight haul might be way down there, and the shunting job might be less trains or less weight. I mean, the weight looks, the weight's definitely not the issue, because that's very light versus that's heavier. Let's see. Yeah, so all these are like 30 minutes, and then the freight is an hour. If you do shunting jobs, I think you can generate more jobs. Yeah, shunting can be a pain when the cars you need are sandwiched between two other sets of cars, though. It's always like investigate the cars exactly before accepting. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're gonna go from like one train station to the other, and so I'll have like my 3 trains. I see. So I'll have my 3 trains here, and this train's going to one place, and those 2 might be going to another place. And if it's something like this one, where they're all in a nice little order, I could drop off the last one, drop off the next one, drop off the next one, drop off the next one, and all that. But then this one becomes complicated because I have to drop off one, pull out, set the other one aside, back in, drop off the second one, then go back, grab the one I left, and then leave to the next stop. That's kind of cool, though. And then that one all looks like it's the same. You like shunting. It's like solving a little problem. Yeah. Shunting is really only moving cars from one track to another within the same location. Oh! Oh, I see. I see. So it would accept this job, for example. And then you'd go out here and be like, okay, this car needs to be on this track, but that car might need to be on the track on the other side over there. So it's kind of thing. Let's see. Diegetic elements are elements that exist within the world of a narrative work. You're mostly referring to the UI, which exists seamlessly in the game world, like the ATM thing in the walkie-talkie. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the only one of the items I don't care for is I don't really care for the whole, like, put the wallet up to the machine thing. All the other stuff, like this, and all that, I like that. The wallet is the only one that's weird, because it's kind of like you go in here, you select your prompt, you select your thing, and then it's like, okay, pay your money, and then you have to, like, go to your inventory to grab your wallet to put it out. I'm even okay if they bring the wallet out, but, like, have it where you just hit E down here or whatever, click down there, and then you just automatically break your wallet out. You don't have to inventory over to it, then click it. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the shunting jobs would be kind of cool. But, that said, like I said, I think I'm going to be switching over to Rimworld for the second half of stream. We've got a run going in that game that's been going strong, and I have enjoyed this game. I'd be down to play more of it, if people want. I definitely, especially at the beginning, I was getting very frustrated with the controls, and very frustrated with, like, things that are implemented the way they are because of VR, as someone not playing on VR. I definitely had a lot of pain points early on with that. And while I will definitely say having a manual in your game is better than not having it. And like, again, this one here, terminology, hey man, it's terminology. This is what you expect. This is fine. But stuff like this, they need a copywriter, type editor, whatever you want to call it. They need someone who just goes in here and says, hey, you see this giant verbose wall of hot garbage? Do you know what people want to know? What does the sign look like? What does the sign look like? How do you have that? I mean, I wouldn't say so. I personally feel like I gave fair criticism about the things I said weren't great. Feed it to Claude. Don't feed it to Claude. get someone who's actually competent to do it. This is how you get stuff like this, is you feed it to an AI and it pads it out with all the extra junk to make it sound good versus having it cut down. But yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely criticism I think is fair about the game. And like that's the whole thing. Like to be fair, I genuinely enjoyed the game. Like while I have a lot of criticism to give the game, I genuinely enjoyed the game and would like to play the game more in the future at some point. But at the same time, there's also a lot of really rough edges about the game as well. And I do think it is fair to call that out. I'm not gonna kiss up to a game like this table thing that like there's fair to be like this is not good. Even for VR, that's not necessarily a good experience. And it's not a big deal. Oh, I can't close this. Can't close that door. I'd say, like I said, having a cork board or something put it up there. I'd say, oh no, double token bird. First you have to write it, and then you have to hyper verbose and refeed it back into the condensed world, or you can hire a type editor and just be done with it, or a copywriter, just be done with it, because copywriters aren't exactly the most expensive people to hire, and they'll just do it right the first time. You absolutely love this game? I think in VR, this probably would be a really good experience. Like, most of my pain points I found in the game, I do think are just the, like, artifacts from it being a VR game that was then made non-VR as well. Like, you can feel that experience. Let's see, it's definitely not perfect and completely fair feedback and criticism. Some of the criticisms you mentioned are smoothed a bit via mods, but it's always a better situation if the devs can polish internally. Right, and that's like with so many games, and RimWorld actually being one of the games I've called out a bunch of stuff in the past that a lot of times things are left unfixed when you do have a decent amount of mods to it. That you have a problem that's pretty bad in your game that really should be fixed, but it's allowed to escape because a mod is popular enough that solves it. Yeah, please do know that I'm actually being... Oh no, I figured you're being sarcastic and all that, yeah. Speaking of Eternal Polish, are you going to revisit Project Zomboid for Build 42 Stable when Build 42.2 drops? Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to Build 42 Stable... My intention for Project Zomboid, my intention was when Build 42 Stable, when they're like, okay, it's coming out next week. Like, I know it's coming out, end of summer. But when they're saying it's going to come up, I'm going to jump back into Build 41 on the big run. We have over 300,000 kills on Venus Orozco. We're going to give her, like, one last hoorah, because my expectation is when Build 41 becomes Legacy Build, a bunch of the mod support's all going to break and all that. So it's kind of what I figure is, like, the last chance to play that character and do whatever. And then when it goes stable, I will play a bit of Build 42, and we'll see what we think. I've been pretty unenthused by Build 42. They add a lot of cool crafting and all that, but at the same time, there's been a lot of pain points added to the game that didn't exist, and that they've been changing their UI in such a way I would argue is way for the worse. Like they've been trying to get rid of the context menu, which is fair enough, but now you've got this giant full menu thing you have to do while zombies are trying to eat you for almost everything, and that is not a move in the right direction. Came in late. Did you make it to the manually shifted engine? No, we actually didn't get off of our we didn't get off of our first train. Like we did 2 successful deliveries, not counting the tutorial. One we derailed during because I was not expecting it to be like, 7 to 4 suddenly. And then the second one, now that I knew to be like paranoid about it, it's just going to drop the speed constantly very suddenly. That, we did just fine. We had a few things where it's like, okay, it's a little faster than I want to go, but it went smoothly. But yeah, no, like some of the pain points from like the VR stuff and all that. And like, again, I genuinely, once you get in the train and you're delivering, I love everything about that. I think that's all well implemented. Sure, there's definitely polish the game could use there, but like that is all exceptionally well done. Like the controls, because of having to depend on the scroll wheel, are a little rough, but you can learn that, and I imagine they will improve that in time. It is early access. It's almost the moment I get out of the trains and I'm interacting with this machine and these. This is where the pain is, as far as I'm concerned. It's all of this stuff. That's the stuff, and the manual there. That's the stuff I'm like, this is rough. All right, so what's going to happen is if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to come down for a minute on the YouTube side because I have to switch categories and YouTube doesn't support that in a clean way, so I have to end the stream and start the stream. But over here on Twitch, you're not going to run into any of that. We'll save and quit. I might, like, the next time I play that, I might actually give realism mode a go. Because very genuinely, it didn't seem like the things that